Three cheers for the champions, the glorious and the adored, those whom fate has chosen as its children, the righteous, the vengeful, the fortunate. But fate has a narrow view, and its blessings limited. For in Tahiri, those who the eyes of fate has not gazed upon see a world unkind. If you are born here, your chances aren't great. The poor live in keeps of squalor, ridden in filth and contagion. Those who seek opportunity find a life of struggle. Some turn to banditry, casualty, even cruelty. The most desperate turn to the occult, selling themselves as fodder for devils or evil gods. Many end up in the pile, their remains to be burned to ash and swept away by the wind. So it goes. Yet, there is one more option. Precarious, compromising, preferred by a few. A life reforged in the ways of the guild, whether by conscription, by barter, or by debt. Whether from the streets of Siglasia, the seas of Turnval, or the gallows of Larian, the Order of the Far Travelers take all who can prove themselves a worthwhile investment. Serving as mercenaries, specialists, and experts in collections and acquisition, from the temples of Chult to the reaches of Arcana, to the coffers of those petty, indebted nobles. No longer can one be judged by their station, only by the coin you can make for the Gold Mercers Guild. If you can afford your life under their shadow, that is the Gallows Humor. Three cheers for the champions. Three cheers for the bottom line.
Hello. This is Matt, your Chaotic Writer, and thank you very much for attending yet another session, another episode of the Gallows Humor. Three tiers, but three cheers for the champions. Three cheers for the bottom line. And we have, as it turns out, at this moment in time, we do have three players that will be entertaining yourselves and entertaining the game, as it were. The fourth player might pop in at some point in the future. However, we are going to begin with these three. A couple updates. There are some exciting things coming down the pipe. There is the potential of a crossover episode between one of my campaigns and one of the campaigns of another DM within the Auroraverse. So please stay tuned for that. If that comes to fruition, that will happen next week. Also, if you are curious about the Auroraverse, what is the Auroraverse? Well, the Auroraverse is the universe of Project Aurora, which is a living universe setting. There are many campaigns, many DMs, many more players, and just one universe where they all take place in, interact in. And there are the capabilities of crossover episodes, world events, all sorts of different shenanigans, as it were. If this is something that interests you as an actual play viewing standpoint, but aside from an actual play viewing standpoint, if you just like Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop games and you want to be part of a vibrant, active community, then I sincerely recommend that you check out Project Aurora. That is, you can find the link. Aurora. Why did I forget how to spell Aurora? Project Aurora. The link is over in chat. You should go check it out. It is fantastic. The individuals that you will see in chat today, a chunk of them are part of the Auroraverse in one way, shape, or form. And you can become part of the Auroraverse as well. Also, I want to do a special thanks to all of my patrons. It has been a few months that I have had a Patreon, and I have run multiple one-shots in many different formats. A couple of them would be there was a Dungeons and Dragons one-shot that was League of Legends themed, and then I did a session of Honey Heist, of which case, if you are interested in seeing the edited down hilarious moment compilation of Honey Heist, it is up on the Project Aurora. I'm sorry, it is up on the Chaotic and Writer YouTube channel. So you can go down and you can click on the link that says YouTube down in the panel section. You can check it out for yourself, and you can go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is completely free. Following this Twitch channel is also completely free. So please, if you have not already, consider hitting that follow button. You will find yourself down here if you do so. And thanks to everybody, I am on a new task, a new endeavor to reach 400 followers. However, I have not forgotten about the previous goal of celebrating with individuals. Hey, my birthday is coming up very soon here, probably in a couple weeks. So there is an opportunity for me to have a celebratory stream with all of you. Stay tuned for that. We are going to pivot right over to our screen. Also, if I start to precipitate a little bit, I have this little like blue handkerchief thing. Ooh, it's hot. It's hot today, especially since my air conditioner makes too much noise and it's not good for streaming. So I'm doing it for the love. I'm doing it for the love of the medium, of the Twitch community, for the players, for the viewers. I'm doing it all for y'all. Let us go meet our players for this evening, and hopefully my open window is not... Yeah, y'all hear that, right? Y'all hear that. There's conversation happening outside. Bum, 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 bum. Hi, everyone.
Just a dude.
Oh.
How's it going?
It is good, but I realize I got to close the window because now we're getting... Everybody's just got off work and they're having a blast outside.
Oh, no.
To add insult to injury... If it wasn't hot in here already, now there are no windows open, and I am about to suffer.
I feel ya.
Yeah.
You don't need windows where you're going.
I do not need windows where I'm going. So I would like to formally introduce to all of you our players for this evening, the confirmed players. We have Dr. Squiggums playing as Blaze.
And feet picks.
We have Black Man Inc. playing as Oscar.
I'll take some feet pics.
And then we got Phoenix V playing as Vorn.
Where's the booze?
It's coming up shortly. I don't know how much booze you're going to find on a ghost pirate ship, however. But we were just a moment ago speaking about our favorite subclasses of cleric. And I had voiced my opinion that, I mean, I've played a trickery cleric, and to me that's one of the funnest options, especially if you double or triple, quadruple down on having a copy of yourself with, for instance, creating a copy with yourself with your ability, and then also doing mirror image to create a whole bunch of versions of yourself. It is a fun time, and I've run that multiple times. But I have to ask the three of you, What would you say are your favorite cleric subclasses?
None.
None.
No, sorry, I unmuted at the wrong time.
In
I think
in Mute Veritas. You're not a fan of clerics?
no. If I had to guess, I think clerics overall are probably the best class, just all around with what they can do. I think I really like the peace domain, but I also think it's a little bit overpowered. Personally, that emboldened bond stacking on top of bless, little broken.
I agree, but broken in a very enticing and fun way, for certain.
Yeah, there's no reason at like level 1 you should be able to add on top of 2d4s to all like your attacks. You're just never gonna miss early levels.
How does that scale when you get the higher levels?
It's still nice because you don't have to concentrate on bless, and it's not a concentration spell. So it's just you and whoever you can see connected to you within 30 feet can just have a free bless, and you don't have to concentrate on it.
That does sound pretty great.
So even if it doesn't scale past the D4, just freeing up your concentration, and bless is just, I mean, everyone knows how good bless is.
Right. Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, Phoenix V/Vorn. Cleric subclass, what is your favorite?
Well, I would say the trickery one and maybe death domain.
Trickery and Death Domain. So, like, oh, you know what? Okay, so sidebar. You know what I think is interesting? You can cross class. You can do like I am a cleric and I am a rogue. Like you can cross class, but you can't cross subclass, which I kind of find interesting. Because like, wouldn't it be interesting to if there was a mechanic or balanced way to do more than one subclass of cleric?
Yes, I need to do that. I've
Yeah,
always
that would
wanted to
be
be like a double subclass fighter or something like that.
Hell yeah. Because yeah, what if you are a battle master, but then also a samurai? Like that is quite flavorful. So between the two, which would you say is the most prominent and why?
I would probably say trickery. Mostly because it reminds me of like a rogue with divine powers in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. When I was playing a trickery cleric, I was basically a tiefling whose charlatan alter ego was a priest. So basically, they would go around and basically con people, with all sorts of clerical services, while at the same time getting away with all sorts of nasty things. And then, of course, we have Dr. Squiggums. What would you say is your favorite cleric subclass?
As a cleric player, my two favorite is both life and forge.
Life and forge.
Mm.
Okay. I can bite. Now, I don't have a lot of experience with forge. I have plenty of experience with life because that is like your prototypical cleric. You can't go wrong. What is your favorite aspect of the forge cleric?
Well, it's more for the fact that like the joking A team. It's like, oh, you have your tank. Yeah, if you want your tank, you have your forge, because you're pretty much sitting there just been like, oh, you try to hit me with the AC? No, you don't. That's a miss. Oh, sorry. It does an 18 hit? No, you need a 23 to hit. Like, oh, guess what? I'm gonna shoot a fireball at you, and it's just like, you shoot a fireball? Okay, that's cute. I'm immune to fire.
Convenient. Yeah, especially sort of sort of abjuration. I like that last ability for sure. Well, super. So we know everybody's favorite subclass, but do we know if everybody is ready for some Dungeons and Dragons this evening?
I'm ready.
I'll take an extra side of dragons, please.
Extra side
Trying
of
to-
dragons.
yeah.
Be
Light
careful
light
what
on
you
the
wish for.
dungeon.
Light
I'm
on the
trying to-
dungeon.
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
trying to watch my
You guys are
carbs.
saying this is not Monopoly? I thought this was Monopoly.
That's tomorrow.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go to jail. As a
thought
matter of
this was
fact, that's
Spanish
exactly
class.
where you were going. So, or at least a couple of you are going. We are going to get into the details shortly. Let us kick on a little bit of music for the background. And let me bring everybody into the current circumstance that you find yourselves in. Each of you are members of the Gold Mercers Guild, not by choice, but rather impressment, by debt. Your arrangement with your master named Slag Dumak, that is to say, your superior, Slag Dumak has been sort of a shifty individual. However, it seems that Slag has no shortage of work for you, no shortage of opportunity for you to prove your mettle. No shortage of opportunity for you to make the company money. But hopefully to a point where you will start making your own money once certain debts are recouped. With that said, you find yourself off and away on one such mission, with many decisions to make. And as it turns out, it has brought you smack dab face to face with the pirate ship, the Howling Reaper. The Howling Reaper, a ghost ship that stalks the waters around the Thundering Isle, has essentially taken you hostage after your incursion onto the Thundering Isle to take back certain treasure for the Gold Mercers Guild. You have certain obligations, but how will those obligations fare in your new situation? What choices will you make? What choices will you discover? What opportunities will be rife? I guess we will find out tonight on the Gallows Humor. Episode 6, Dead Captain's Gambit. At any point, naturally, if any of our players have any questions on the state of affairs or have any questions on any past conversations, there is space open to discuss them, as this campaign has been at this point played once a month, so there's always gaps of knowledge there. But we're going to re-immerse into the scene and circumstance first, to dictate that all of you have already been brought off of the island, and you are now on the vessel, the Howling Reaper. Allow me to change up the scene. Let's see here. And the Howling Reaper has embarked upon its location near the Thundering Isle, and has sailed into the fog. From the limited time that you spend on the deck of the Howling Reaper, you notice that, at least from the best of your knowledge, the ship is headed in a direction in relation to where it was, that is to say, the west end of the island. This would be a fantastic opportunity for everybody who is presently on the ship to roll a survival check to best determine, especially within this complicated circumstance, perhaps what direction it has embarked formally. It would be simpler to determine if the stars were visible. It would be simpler to determine if you could see the island past a certain point, but it is more confusing than that. So I'm going to have everybody roll a survival check. Oh, you will have to go, by the way, go onto your character sheets in the actor section rather than any place on the map. Which should be under Gold Mercer's The Gallows Humor and then GMG Players. Okay. Vorn are perpetually intoxicated drow. Naturally is not paying attention to such things. More fixated on the mess that Vorn finds himself in and the party find themselves in. However, Blaze and Oscar in particular practicing a keen sense of awareness of the general direction to the best of their ability. I would say Oscar is able to determine that direction is certainly one that is bringing everybody even further from home base. As a matter of fact, it is enough to suggest that the direction is not to continue posting around the Thundering Isle, but to rather leave altogether, heading within a range of north or northwest. With a 20, Blaze is able to narrow down that it is, in fact, more northerly. I will also have, when ready, have Ventress roll a survival check. Not immediately, just at the leisure that Ventress is able to. However, you all will presently find yourselves on the Howling Reaper, and each of you are being escorted down to the brig. And I will go ahead and activate that scene in just a short period of time. But as you are being brought down to the brig, you do notice that the ship itself, that green glow that seems to encompass it, while you are on the ship and walking upon it, upon rusted crossbars and old, still soaked planks, there is that faint glow of green that seems to peek out of each gap between the boards. It is not to such that it is bright. It's actually far more faint than that. There is a distinct sense of darkness, where that glow is not necessarily illuminating a whole lot, but you are able to tell where you are going, and you are able to determine the figures of those pirates that have begun escorting you down to the brig. As you are being brought down to the brig, what is it that you say, and what is it that you do?
Is it the lady that's still escorting us down here, or is it someone else?
So Ariane Featherlight, the captain of the Howling Reaper, she in particular is standing by, not too far from her office. It is mainly the well, there you go. We'll get right to Ventress in just a moment. Coming in with that strong natural 20.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm late.
Yeah, boy.
It is A-okay. So, to answer the initial question, Ariane Featherlight, the captain, let me see if I can drop her image here for everybody's visualization once again. Yes, that is her. She is standing by as the crew are the ones that are sending you down to the brig. And I do believe there is a particular undead ogre of a bosun who is still afflicted in one way, shape, or form, or still dealing with a nuisance. I'm trying to remember what the details of that were, because we had...
It was suggestion. He had to chase that guy down until the sun came up.
So at this moment in time, you basically see, by this time, you actually see the bosun basically bear hugging this this particular undead scoundrel, and he's sort of like carrying the dude, but like in the way that he's carrying him, it's like almost crushing his body like a rag doll, like a personal toy. So he's got his arms occupied, but he's still like walking forward, and he's still he's still making his way on, onto the ship behind you and everything. He's just still fixated on his undead boy toy.
Are we in cuffs at all, or we're just freely walking?
You have all been cuffed. Yes.
Oh, when did this happen?
It happened as soon as the session started.
Oh, okay. Not that it matters to me.
Not that it matters. It could matter. It's just another barrier of security. And so being brought down to the brig, there are a couple of staircases worth of descent to get down to the brig. You have the pale, shriveled, gaunt forms. Well, shriveled, not without threat. The gaunt forms of the drowned pirates. Before I bring everybody to the scene where one may find themselves inside of such a brig, again, is there anybody that says or does anything before I switch scenes?
I got that nat 20 in survival.
Right, you did. So that was to determine, because of the fog, because of the embark trajectory, and the lack of being able to actually look out into the night sky, there was a question of what direction was the ship heading. With a 22, a nat 20, you, of course, have seen multiple maps of Siglasia. It seems that this ship is headed northeast. from that dictation, it is going to be somewhere basically generally off the coast of Entazi in the immediate. As a matter of fact, these waters that the ship are headed towards, well, they're known for something. They are known for being the place of a massive battle between residents of Tahiri and the corruption. Even so, you can start to see, well, nah, I would say you're still too far out, but you would expect to see even some still floating remnants of shipwrecked debris from multiple downed ships from this battle, and rough patches that are twisted from the still lingering magic of the corruption. Dangerous waters, as it were.
Is this boat solid?
Could you repeat that?
Is this boat solid or like ethereal?
The thing is that when you are standing, when you were standing from the shore looking upon it, it had this ghostly green glow to it, and it was very, it seemed like it wasn't fully there. It wasn't material. But as soon as you are stepping onto the plank leading up to the deck, you realize that this ship is as solid as any ship. And you don't fall through it. As you look about, you don't get the sense that that your location has changed or your sense of being has changed. It seems like a material ship that you are standing on. It is just as much of a ship as any you have been on. Now, some things may look a little bit more spectral. Crates, barrels, things on the ship might have a certain eerie gloss over them. Not necessarily a full transparency, but something that would indicate that things that are connected to the ship are ghostly in some form. You don't know the full nature of it. Your first exposure is just the eeriness of it all.
Was anyone saying anything? Or do y'all want me to say something? Or do you think it's better we just go with them quietly?
I know specifically Oscar wouldn't say anything because it might be best to not open our mouths just yet.
Warren would actually say something.
Go for it.
Get them and go, zombie brains, where's the booze? You promised us booze.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the big guy. We need a booze.
Are you talking to the bosun in particular?
Yeah.
Or are you talking, okay. The bosun looks up from cradling the broken and limping body of the pirate that he has been bear hugging, and he looks up and he's like, huh? No booze.
You mean no booze? What kind of pirate has no booze?
Dead ones.
Oh,
He gives you a cold glare.
can't argue with that logic. How did you die?
he's going to grumble. I would say the passive insight of Ventress would indicate that there is a story to that, but he's not interested in talking about it.
You know these cuffs are pointless, right?
Cuffs may be pointless, but so is escape. Think of it as ceremony.
Maybe you died escaping. I see.
What?
Not untrue, he says as he pushes the whoever's standing furthest behind forward with his shoulder.
In the confusion of him shoving, can I cast invisibility on myself and hide?
So within the within the close quartered position that you are in, with a basically going down in single file, and it is pretty cramped. People in front of you and people behind. You could certainly do that, but you will know that it will be complicated to try to step out of your position without touching somebody and giving your position away in some way.
Can I, since I'm a monk, can I jump as high as I can and do like a split or something to like put each foot against the wall, or is it too wide for that?
So there isn't a whole lot of jumping. As a matter of fact, anybody who is taller than 5 feet and 8 inches is going to be ducking their head by the time they get down to the area where the brig is located.
Jesus, what a small crew.
Laughing goblin.
Chuckles and dwarf.
I will, there's you can always give it a shot, but there is definitely risk because of the cramped nature of things as you go lower.
And then can I attempt to barrel roll through everyone's legs?
Barrel roll through everybody's legs. Well, their legs are not all.
What is it? Just roll. Sorry.
Roll through everybody's legs. Their legs are not necessarily open, but hey, I mean, this is all flavoring. Let's let the dice decide. If you want to try to, invisibility and escape in some way, shape, or form, then let's go. Let's see what the dice say.
I forgot how my spells work. It's been a while.
So if you are looking to do invisibility, according to your character sheet here.
2 key points. No, wait. How do I have invisibility?
Invisibility is something. So okay.
Oh,
so
I can Blessing of the Moonweaver. It's a racial trait.
All right. Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it is on the target's person. The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. If you wanna try for it, that is up to you. But I think you only get one use of it.
I do. I only have one use of invisibility and one use of sleep. Do you guys think this is probably the best idea to get us out of this?
I have something that would help.
Help with the invisibility or help get us out of this?
Get us out of here.
I should preface that. Well, you know, things to forget about dictating. On the deck, you would have been relieved of weapons and essential combat items. So keep
They
that
took
in
my
mind as well.
hands.
Oh, I mean, you got your hands. You can throw your hands, but anybody that relies on, you know, armor pieces and weapons will be without them for the time being.
Okay.
As a matter of fact. So continue.
I think I'm going to attempt this.
I
Uh,
have a way to make it easier. Now? Do it.
do it.
Ah.
Okay,
interesting.
I go invisible and tell me what I need to roll to try to dodge so I don't bump into anyone.
All right. If you go invisible, you are out of sight. With that said, you have two things going on. You'll be able to roll stealth with advantage, because they can't see you, but they could potentially still hear you. Also, you'll have to roll an acrobatics check to see how you can wiggle in such a way to get past everybody without being detected. Now, degrees of success here. So if you roll really good with one but fail with another, it just flavors what the conflict is, if there's conflict.
Okay. 2 stealth rolls and a acrobatics.
Stealth at advantage, and an acrobatics. Well, you were able to keep yourself quiet and keep all noise. Keep all noise muffled. Okay. Well, with a 14, that is going to be, it's going to be just below the DC for something like this. So, it really comes down to who you brush up against. In which case, let me go ahead and roll a D100 to see what the criticality of it is. You want low, so we'll just see how this goes. Oh, that was a blind GM roll. Let me be completely fair here and make it a public roll so y'all can see it. $28 is what shows up for me here. Okay, so it's lower. So you definitely don't brush up against the bosun. You don't brush up against the rot claw. However, you just breeze past one of the drowned blades as you sort of make yourself out, and one of the drowned blade yells out and says, "Ah, he's gone! I think he went this way! You others, take the rest down!" In which case, let me go ahead and proper set up the scene here. And then I will pivot over. So, this is a multi-tiered map, just so that you're aware. Every single portion of this is just different levels of the ship. So, there's 2 versions of you. Let's get rid of the 2 versions of you. The other 3 are pushed and shoved, brought down to the lower deck. Now, I know, Blaze, you were thinking about doing something in synchronicity. Was that?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say it'd be fairly difficult for, I mean, unless you and Ventress were standing right next to each other, which I'll assume you were, and you sort of passed word, which, you know, in the way that you spoke earlier. What were you planning on doing with this as a trigger?
Well, I was hopefully waiting for him to do beforehand when we were sent to the breaks, because I do have a little friend that will help us even more.
Okay. I believe this, but it was stated that this took place before actually getting to the brig. So at this moment in time, Ventress is disappeared, invisible, and is away.
With it, Blaze starts seeing Ventress, it's not being able to see Ventress, the other two, and just goes, "Oh, going up in smokes."
The drowned bosun, hugging his ragdoll, is gonna say, "You three, get in with the kitty." You'll notice as you are brought down to that tier that there's somebody that's already in the brig, and they are sat down in the corner, and they peek their head up, and you see a tabaxi. And the tabaxi tips his head to the side a little bit to look at the three of you.
Hello.
As the rock claw and the drowned blade are urging you forward, they're going to urge you into the brig, and the drowned bosun is going to move over here for a moment, and with your items gathered, he is going to stick them in one of these crates, and he is actually going to pull with a free hand, pull a this is difficult because he's still grabbing onto the person or whatever. He's like, he's gonna look over to the rock claw, and he's gonna be like, "You nail this crate shut and stand guard here. Let me go up and deal with the escapee." So the rock claw is going to move over. I'm going to roll a private strength roll to see how well it is nailed shut. And that was a roll. And the drowned bosun is going to point at both of the blades here. It's going to be like, "You two, stand guard in front of the brig. I will be right back." One of the drowning blades stands over by the steps, and the other stands there. And before we continue anything down in the brig, I'm going to pop up to where Ventress is located, as the drowned blade that you had skirted past is now currently trying to look for you. And in some cases, he's sort of stepping out and swiping at the air randomly. And he is like, "Okay, you skinny landlubber. I'm going to find you. You can't escape from me." And they're gonna at least, because you did significant on your stealth roll, but they're gonna try a perception check here, just normal. That's still private, but that doesn't succeed, so they're still looking for you.
mean, can he see invisibility?
So your token is marked with an invisibility thing, so he can't. The drowned blade cannot see invisibility.
Okay. I'm going to silently move like a shadow monk would for these doors and attempt to slip in without him noticing.
All right. In which case, you're still stealthy. You're interacting with an object here. You're still stealth, so I'd say sleight of hand with advantage.
Oof.
Let's see. What did they roll? Their perception is not more than your sleight of hand, so you succeed.
Wow, that is really bad.
Yeah, they didn't roll very well.
Oh, this is useless.
So you find yourself in this new room. In this new room in particular, you do notice that there is, that there are items sort of lined out throughout the room. There does appear to be, some weaponry, it seems.
Holy shit, is that a gun?
It does, yeah, there is, you are noticing that there is a musket, that there is a shorter, that there is another gun similar to what that musket looks like, but it is shorter, and it has a wider barrel. It's more a blunderbuss. There is a pistol. There is a hook. That is to say, like a grappling hook, which is big enough and long enough to be used as a weapon. And then there are a couple of scimitars and rapiers.
Can I try getting my cuffs off? With maybe a knife or something?
So the particular cuffs or shackles that you have, you would need a very, very slim knife for that. However, you are in a room with multiple items on the table. I would say do an investigation check to see what is the full scope of the things you can find in this room.
Oh Lord, you have given me the one thing I have
I
advantage
believe in
with.
you.
Oh, I hit the wrong thing here. You rolled a 19. Your investigation has advantage. Trying to remember, does your investigation have advantage?
Yes, investigation and insight due to race.
Ah, yes. Gotcha. So, in which case, as you are looking about, you are able to determine that a lot of the stuff that is strewn about, the guns are here, but there's no ammunition simply setting about. So it seems like the guns would only have one charge or one set of ammunition within. The barrels seem to be just filled with whatever past stolen goods were appropriated by the pirates at some point. You do find a stiletto. It is a pretty thin blade. You might be able to work at the cuffs. It would be disadvantaged though, because it's not to the tune of actual thieves' tools with the necessary mechanics. So I'd say it would be a sleight of hand disadvantage. Yeah, so that will not be enough to undo the cuffs. Not with this.
Okay. Y'all want me to like? I guess I can. I have pockets still, right? Like they didn't take my clothes. I'm assuming.
I mean, they didn't take your clothes. You had really the only thing that you had on was just your robe. Yeah, they wouldn't have taken your robe. So if your robe has pockets, hey, pockets, huh? You might be able to slip a thing or two into those pockets.
I'm going to grab one of the smaller guns, slip it into a pocket, and I guess move on from this room to the next one.
Okay. In which case, you should now have a pistol. Let's just make sure that I can add that. Pistol, flintlock pistol. There we go. Boom.
Ship is.
All right. You entered into this second room. It does seem like this room is storage for grain and food, but as soon as you step into this room, you get the sense like everything is rotten. It smells pretty terribly, and I think for flavor, a wisdom saving throw would be appropriate. You are pretty overwhelmed by the stench, just the mixture of rotten soaked meat. There's mold everywhere. There's grain that's spilled all over the floor, and you think some of it is just is basically just knobs of rot. The whole place stinks to high heaven.
Let's just close that. I got friends to save.
All right. In the meantime, we are going to switch over to the friends and see what their thoughts and actions are. Boom. So, Oscar, Blaze, and Vorn, each of you find yourself behind bars with a large clank of metal as you are locked on the other side. The Tabaxi, who is sitting on basically the only stool that's there, he looks up at the three of you, and he gives you sort of a very narrow-eyed but curious look, and you hear the voice. My, it seems that the captain has many more to add to her list of soon-to-be dead captives.
Oscar would look at him and kind of size him up. He wouldn't really say anything to a comment like that. He kind of just chuckles to himself.
Curious and curiouser. What would the captain of this decrepit vessel have interest with you strange fellows, as it were? One of the blades is going to step up and is going to smack the bars. He's going to say, "You, feline, shut your mouth. You are done speaking for the day." And the tabaxi is going to look over and is going to hiss slightly. And is going to say, "Bang on these bars again, and I'll make sure you lose your hand." And as he does that, he opens up his mitts, and you see sharp claws pop out of one. And at first, it seems like the drowned blade is going to take him up on that offer, but then the rock claw yells over and says, "Blade, stand guard. Do as the bosun says." And the drowned blade is going to growl and is going to step back.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to get in trouble now.
The rock claw is going to speak over and say, "Silence is the policy of those in the brig. You may lose teeth, if not jaws, if you do not learn how to keep them shut."
Wait. I believe she said that we can talk. Yeah, she's okay with us talking.
The drowned rock claw is going to gesture over to the drowned blade on the far side, and they're going to step forward. And they are going to take their blade, and they're just going to try to glance you along the shoulder with a attack roll, which will succeed. It is just a glance, though, so it's gonna be more like a 1d4 than the full 1d8. For 2, however, I'm gonna have you roll a Constitution saving throw because it is still with the same rusted longsword.
While he's doing that, does the cat have any, like, bruises or teeth missing?
You will notice that there are patches of fur that are missing here or there. Not without lack of trying to look formal, because one thing that you notice the cat is doing is he is licking his palm, and he is trying to slick back his hair, despite the fact that there's a huge patch of hair that's missing right at the top of his head, just behind his right ear. Yes, he does look like he's been brutalized a little bit.
Okay. Oscar isn't gonna say anything else. He'll kind of just sit down, sort of like close his eyes and just wait, I guess, for this quote unquote meeting that might or might not come for the time being.
All right.
Blaze would sitting right next to Patchy Boy over here. Yeah, just kind of like whisper through to be like, "Hey, quick question. How good are you with your fists?" Nobody able to hear that?
I would say if you're speaking quietly, you can speak quietly amongst one another. You can easily whisper between one another.
Yeah, it's trying to whisper over to Patchy over here, just going, "Hey, so How good are you with your fists?
Speaking specifically to the person you called Patchy.
Yes.
The Tabaxi is going to bob his head a little bit, and he's going to say, fists, fairly proficient, but much more proficient with a fine-tipped blade. Sadly, Shadow does not have such a blade. Even if Shadow had such a blade, unlikely Shadow himself would be able to leave this place alive.
Well, no, I figured that. It was more for the fact of fact too, considering you say a fine tip blade. Are you good with a little bit of a fun time, if you catch my drift, as I try to dart my eyes over to the locks?
Shadow, the individual who apparently called themselves Shadow, is going to raise a brow and is going to say, much respect. I do not believe that is what I'm looking for.
No.
Perhaps put it in other words if you could.
Alright. Whisper over. How good are you at picking locks?
He's gonna chuck a little bit. He's gonna expose one of his claws, and he says, large locks have been successful sometimes. These, not so much. He's gonna retract the claw and bring his hand and withdraw his hand back to his person. Trust that I have tried several angles already in the past, week. Does not seem that even someone such as I can escape the break of the Howling Reaper. Oh, I feel shamed. These things are usually part of my finesse, or part of Shadow's finesse.
The fact he's speaking in the third person has made me have less confidence in the ability, but let's just say I have my ways. And it'd probably most likely be the easiest way for all of us.
Shadow is going to hum a little bit and is going to say, before Shadow and newcomers discuss any matter of escape, perhaps best to share that my name, that is to say, Shadow of a Star, is this one's name. I am a scout, you can say, for the Aegis. Fortunately, I was part of a crew upon a sloop that was taken over by the Howling Reaper. Only survivor.
Alright. You can call me the great majestic super ultra hyper awesome Blaze, or just Blaze for short.
I'm bothering you so much.
But let's just say this. I have a way to get someone out of here, but we would need them within mutual cooperation. I think the word we're looking for them to be able to get all of us out as well.
He's going to sigh, and he is going to say, I do not believe that is your name. I should mention the whole thing with my being here is, well, unfortunately, it seems that I have intel that the captain wishes to keep. I have been tight-lipped, but if there's anything that I need, it is to know certain intel of the captain. Unless, well, if this is not fulfilled, then my mission is a failure.
I was just gonna go more like a in and out type of deal. If you want to get that intel, be my guest.
Not interested. And he basically just sort of scoots back on the stool, crosses his legs, and kind of looks the other direction.
Ow. Yeah, gonna say though is that whatever, Patches. I got you an offer.
Shadow.
Patches.
Shadow.
Your first says otherwise.
He is going to stand up and he's going to sort of brush himself off. And he is going to look over and down to you and a little bit of an insight check.
Insight check. Let's see. My insight's okay-ish. No, it's not.
Nope. He is going to look down to you and he's going to say, I would not be saying such things to Shadow. Wounds. It seems you cannot last very long in your condition. I would say that your friends here probably would not be able to, well, prevent me from correcting you.
And yeah, I was gonna say, he just looks over, and if he looks, he just sees that Blaze just like the lizard, one eye closed, one eye open, just pure ignorant there. And it's just like he's like, all right, you can do that, but you lose your chance. Just telling you.
Shadow is going to sort of lean down, sort of like as he's hovering over you. He's going to lean down and he's going to look directly into your eyes. And he, of course, is going to at least attempt a intimidation.
What?
I'd say will saving throw.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. This is probably going to be a bad roll.
Oh no, you succeed. You see, when you entered in, he's a very, very calm tabaxi, very observant, very well composed. One that is a professional. However, as he leans down to stare at you, you see this sort of fiery murderousness in his eyes. And he stares directly at you and he says, "What makes you think I need you to complete my mission?"
Okay then. Jeez. Not to get so angry at me. Saying.
He'll growl a little bit and then straighten himself. He's going to look over to the other two. Oscar, who is standing in wait, and then Vorn. What is Vorn up to?
Oh, he's probably just sitting there, looking, glaring at the blade.
Okay. In which case, I'm gonna bring it back to that second floor here. Ventress, you, with your, I would believe your passive perception is sufficient, that you're gonna hear muffles of voices through the other side of that door, and one of them is going to say, "What are you doing skulking around here?" And the other one is going to be like, "Looking for the escapee. He's somewhere." And you actually, that voice is unnaturally close to the door. And
invisible, so
sure. And you're going to hear a groan, and then somebody's going to start making their way down to the brig. The drowned blade is going to open the door. He's going to slowly peek his head in, step in. Since it is a new room, they are going to at least attempt some sort of perception check. They're going to fail pretty terribly. Okay.
well, his
like-
dumbass looks for me over there. I'm just gonna walk through the open door he just left,
Yep.
and then silently close it behind him.
All right. Oh.
I had to double take apparently. Are these cannons being held down by anything?
The cannons are all fastened. They're strapped by chains connecting to the sides of the ship. It's on a wheel, so it can be loosened and brought back like 5 feet, but not really enough to pull the entire cannon in. Only just enough to draw the doors down.
What are these? Probably cannonballs or something in these boxes, right?
You can investigate.
Another investigation check.
Correct. It's a new room. So there is a so there is a barrel up here, and it seems like there are maybe 3 cannonballs in there. The crates that are sitting right next to you are all sealed, and you're not completely certain just by tapping them. You're not completely certain what's inside of them. Aside from that, what you see is what you get.
Okay. Well, he's in that other room. Gotta take a quick peek in here. What am I looking at?
You are looking at another area of storage near the front. These barrels at the front seem to all be marked with they all seem to be marked with designations of like one of them clearly is a crate of stolen supplies from a merchant vessel. A couple of them are similar but branded by a different merchant vessel, and then the one at the very far end is unmarked.
That's looting is not gonna help me at the current moment, I don't think. Time to go to the one place they'd never expect.
What is the one place that they would never expect?
Upstairs.
Upstairs. Gotcha. So in which case, let me move you to the location that is upstairs. Just give me one moment here. All right. As you ascend the stairs, you are in a room that seems to branch off into let's see here. A room that is much closer to words. It's basically the room just inside from the deck. You remember passing through this specific room. There's more storage here, not a whole bunch of other items that you can see just right off the bat. If you take the door to your west, that is going to send you onto the deck itself. If you take the door to the east, well, you don't know what's in that one.
Exactly. I'm gonna skirt a peek in there. Silently.
All right. Okay. So you step in, and immediately there is a bed. However, as you can obviously tell from the state of everything, that this bed it's growing mold, and it is soaked. It is just soaked. You actually see a bunch of like seaweed and some barnacles growing on the walls. What this indicates something kind of interesting to you with your passives, that this ship, the only way that there could be these kind of details on a ship like this is if the ship had submersed at some point in time, or does submerse every now and then.
Hell.
So in this particular room, you do see a very worn open book with its pages mostly just soaked through, and some of it is like, from taking a look at it, a lot of it is not legible.
That is not true.
But there is a chest.
Do you wish to know why?
Why is that?
I have Eldritch Runekeeper eyes. Or Eyes of the Runekeeper. I can read all writing.
Eyes of the Runekeeper. So that's interesting because, like, how does that define? It's not legible, as in it's not written in some other language. It's a lot of it isn't legible because it's worn, and it doesn't magically make the ink reappear.
It is right.
So, I would say I'd say it's more of a physical ailment. You can read all writing. Is that, hold on a sec? Is that D&D or is that homebrew?
This is D&D. Eyes of the Runekeeper is a Eldritch Adept feat.
Oh. I want to see what the ruling on that.
You want me to
Eyes of
post
the
it?
Runekeeper limitations. Oh, I'm looking at it.
It's in OOC.
Britain can't just use. So you can read any writing. Basically anything that is written in a particular script. However, the limitations of it would be if it was ciphered, or if it was secret signs and symbols, or if it was like physically vague. A lot of it is worn. It literally is destroyed. So there isn't much to read from a bunch of the pages. So I don't believe it would come into play here.
Okay.
But that isn't to say that you can't try to, carefully look through it if you wish.
I do quick flip, rapidly reading the pages.
All right. When you quick flip, the first page you notice begins to tear right away, and it kind of it basically occurs to you that you have to be very, very gentle because of how worn this book is.
You know what? I'm not even gonna read the book. I'm just gonna close it and stash it in a pocket.
Okay. All right. In which case you have a strange book, which you can potentially review and recover later if you wish. The only other thing is a chest and just an extra flintlock pistol and a knife.
Take the extra pistol and I'll attempt to open the chest.
Okay. You notice the chest is locked, so you would have to try to unlock it by some means. If you have the stiletto still, you can do it at disadvantage.
Do it at disadvantage.
This lock is not very powerful, so it would have been just 12. 13 will do it. So you're able to spend some time working on the lock, and when you open, you notice that there are a few things in this chest. One, there is a bag of ammunition. So you have more ammunition than is just in the flintlock pistol. A couple other things that you do notice: there is a potion of healing. There is a what was on this list here? Let's get rid of pistol items. Let's see here. I want you to roll a d8 for me.
Nope, there's a D10.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you want to take the 3, or I can roll a D8 instead.
I guess I can take the 3, although I'm trying to understand where a bunch of my items disappeared to. Okay, we're gonna do more random than that. Let's do a D100.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Give me a nuke.
All right, and everybody is at level 6, I believe.
I'm
Or
at level 5.
You're at level 5. Is everybody at
We're
level
all-
5?
We're all
Yeah.
level 5, yeah.
Okay, got it. Boom. That is not the table I want. Treasure.
We could change to level 6 if you'd like.
Well, hold on there, bud.
With a long rest as well, you know.
Trying to find the D&D treasure table. Individual. You rolled a 43. In which case, you're going to see a couple of things. You're going to see a large piece of amethyst and a large necklace with a that has gold chain and has a sort of a number of pearls in the pendant. Collectively, both of these are going to be about 250 gold pieces, 250 gold worth. However, what I want you to do on top of that is roll a D100 twice. Okay. Based upon both of your D100 rolls, you got a 2 and you got a 73. The 2...
I have to say it's impressive I rolled a 2 on a D100.
Yeah. 73. You have a larger potion. It's in a larger bottle from the potion of healing. It looks like it's the same exact kind of substance. So you can quickly identify it without any further look that it is a potion of greater healing. On top of that, you do have a jar of black liquid with a stopper on it, and you're not quite sure what that is exactly. However, as you are picking up this jar, you do feel like the outside of the jar is very slippery. As if whatever substance is inside the jar, of course, is at some point spilled over and is coating the jar. It's actually sort of hard to keep your hands on the jar.
Some kind of oil or perhaps grease. I stash everything in my pocket before I go back downstairs.
All right. In which case, at this moment, you are going to notice one thing, but I'm going to switch over really quick because something is about to take place down here. A person, that is to say the person that had walked past previously, steps down, and the cannoneer is going to go over and is going to say, "You, the one in the suit."
Oscar will open his eyes and push his glasses up. Yes.
He's going to point at you with the blunderbuss cannon, and he is going to say, "The captain wants to speak with you now."
And I was just enjoying your hospitalities. All right, where to?
He's going to gesture over to the drowned blade to unlock. All of them are going to stand at attention. The drowned cannoneer looks like he is ready to pull the trigger if something weird happens. And the other two are also ready to use their weapons in case something strange happens as well. With a free hand, the drowned blade is going to click and unlock the lock. is going to pull open the door and is going to gesture for just Oscar to step out.
You sure my associates can't come with me?
Not a chance. And as soon as you step out, one of them is going to close the door and lock it.
Well, it looks like I got myself a date. I'll see you fine fellas later.
Don't forget about the booze.
Priority number one, my friend. Priority number one.
Fun time.
If you so much as move in a way I don't like, I'm pulling the trigger.
He says that to Oscar?
Oscar.
And what's a way you don't like, so we have no unfortunate accidents.
Directly to the office. Not an inch in any other direction.
Now, why would I know where the office is? Please, why don't you show the way?
I will point you in the direction from over here. Up the stairs, please.
Oh, please. And here I thought you had no type of manners. Oscar will go up the stairs.
All right, bringing both of you, boop, out of existence and into existence up here. And he is going to keep very close with the, close-ish with the blunderbuss. I'm going to say mechanically, if he has to pull the trigger, it won't be a disadvantage because he has it very, very, very fixed on you. At least for a first shot. So, warning you in advance. So he is going to point over towards these stairs, and he's going to be like, up there.
I can probably see them at this point, right?
If you are stepping at the top of the stairs, you can, as they are beginning to come into view.
Read to dip and realize I think my only exit is this way.
All right. Are you going to go up the stairs?
Yeah, he'll go up the stairs. He'll take a note of just his surroundings, all the doors being closed, and we'll go upstairs.
All right. And now you are up here.
Interest is gonna try to slip out the door before the other guy gets up the stairs fully.
Okay. In which case, your rolls that were successful, they're gonna carry over. These doors are very similar to one another, so you can just slip out.
Oh Lord.
There are two cannoneers that are sort of guarding. As a matter of fact, from where you are standing,
There's 3.
yes, there are 3 total. However, that's not the only thing. I'm going to copy you up here, and I'm going to copy you up here so that you can see.
Oh.
There are not a small amount of crew members. As a matter of fact, there's one on the crow's nest.
I'm actually only on one layer right now, and that's the very top one.
So you are at the very bottom layer. You are physically at the very bottom layer. It's just that the top 2 layers are revealing the upper deck and then the crow's nest. Is the general idea.
Okay.
Just to give you
no
visualization.
Visual on these 2 anymore, is what I was trying to say.
Oh, weird, because I got you all 3, which is interesting.
I only own 1 token, so I think I only own this one.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so let me move you then. Let me not duplicate you.
Oh, nope, that time I could see that one and this one at the same time.
So just keep note. You see these 2 and the third one. You see these 3 and you see one up in the crow's nest. So those are the individuals that are within view.
And I'm guessing that is the captain's room.
Correct. The cannoneer is pushing Oscar Coinmantle forward and is pointing towards the door. He's going to be like, out that way.
It was this door here, right?
Yes. He is going to gesture to one of the drowned cannoneers to move over towards the locked door and unlock it.
How did he unlock it? By the way, was it like the key or?
He has a he has a key.
Okay.
He basically has this skeleton key. Ha 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 ha. And he's going to stick it into the lock, click, and unlock it. And he is going to the skeleton key is on a sort of annoying ring of keys. And there's a bunch of keys on this ring. He's going to step back, and he is going to allow the other cannoneer to urge you forward, and he's going to say, "She's in that room."
Appreciate it.
And the drowned cannoneer is basically going to close the door, and he's going to stand guard right here. At this moment in time, you see Ariane Featherlight, the captain of the Howling Reaper. She is sitting down, and she is writing with a feather pen into a book. This book, however, is not all soaked through. It is perfectly fine. And she finishes up and then takes the feather pen and puts it down. And she stands up and looks over to you, specifically Oscar, and is going to say, "So, this whole shenanigans with the treasure, I hate to break it to you, but the treasure is off limits from now until your last dying breath. However, as you are very clearly a representative of a party of which I have very little regard for, there are very key questions that I have for you.
It's hard to find good help these days. But go on.
I just want to say, while she's talking to him, I'm trying to get behind her.
You're going to try to get behind her?
Yeah, kind of like try to get behind her as best as possible in this narrow thing.
Okay. In this particular circumstance, she is going to, she's going to step over to the side. She is going to be facing Oscar directly. And the only way for you to actually get physically behind her is to get up on the desk. However, you can step to the side of her at the very least.
Okay, that's good enough. Let me know when you think I should make a move.
She's going to size up Oscar for a moment.
Oscar looks very laid back, calm. He does feel like just initial just checks. He does look a little bit disheveled, just a bit. just not having his normal cane with him. But he's pretty much cool, calm, and collected right now.
You're gonna see a sliver of a smirk. Your direct impression of Ariane Featherlight as you were face to face with her is that she has it's clear that everybody on this ship is dead. They are not living, and everybody else is in a very zombified state. This individual, they look some pale and somewhat gaunt. However, they don't look rotten. They are well formed in tissue and stature. Their gaze is icy. It is almost completely in one glimpse. It seems like it is without passion or regard. Like she has no emotional investment in this conversation, or any emotional investment in you, or the fact that any one of you are on the ship. What you are able to perceive just from your first impression is that she is very well composed and has a very strong mask. You see a sliver of a smirk form upon her features, and she does say, she does say in a sort of a sassy and is this the right word? Sort of basically looking at you like, you may be well composed, but she has no illusions that she is very much of a predatorial mind. And she is also the captain and the one in charge. But she does sliver a smirk at you and says, "Has life on the brig been discomforting to you?"
I mean, are we going to have a little bit of small talk first, or do you want to get down to business? Because I'm down to shoot the shit. Because I'll be honest, your room's a lot nicer than, let's just say, the suite downstairs.
You do end up seeing a smile. It's a smile that is upon the mask. And she chuckles a little bit and says, "Well, in which case, you may go ahead and enjoy this talk for as little as it will last. It will likely be the only time that you, ever see a room in such an orderly state, perhaps for the rest of your life."
And with that, a clicking noise is heard, and Ventress says, "I'm not so sure about that," as she's got the pistol exactly to her temple.
Oh, okay. Are you staying in invisibility as you do this?
I am not.
You are not. You're coming out of invisibility. So there is a click, and her head tips over to you, and as your form begins to sort of ripple into visual, with the flintlock pistol pointed directly at her head, she regards you, I would say, with your passive, as much as your passive would be able to tell in that moment. She regards you with a mixture of that cold, calculating stare, but with a little pinch of recognizing an insect when one walks into her room. And her eyes are fixated on you directly now. And she goes ahead and says, "It seems that one of your compatriots has flown the coop."
Oh, I've been out for a while now. Surprising. Wait, I have seen most of your ship at this point.
Do you like what you see?
Not bad. I can tell this ship has been submerged for quite a while. Also, that book that was in that one cabin was quite interesting.
You're gonna see that smirk again, and she is going to, she is basically going to tell you that I would put it past my crew. They are not the brightest or the most keen-eyed, as you have witnessed. That is usually the department of myself and my lead cannoneers. Congratulations.
With her free hand, she's gonna toss the secondary.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, continue.
She's gonna toss the secondary flintlock without removing the first one to the wizard.
Wizard with a gun. Do I have proficiency with them? Oh, of course I don't.
You only have a gun in this little. What do you want from me?
Well. All right, so let me throw a flintlock.
Simple. Yeah, point and you click it.
And it is now on your character sheet. She is going to look over towards you, Oscar, who now has a flintlock pistol. And she is going to bring up her hands, and she is going to lightly golf clap. Bravo. Bravo. A fantastic performance, if I do say so myself. It has been quite a time since myself, or let alone any of the crew, has seen such entertainers as you two.
Actually, he wasn't in on this plan.
And so, the question remains, you seem to have the means of firing single shots upon me at close range.
Oh, no. It's much more than that. You see, while I was exploring your ship, I gotta say, your cannonballs and gunpowder were quite abundant. Easy to make a trap with.
Deception check.
Surprisingly, I do not have anything for this.
I believe in you.
Oof.
Oh no.
You
Would
believe
I
the-
have advantage because she can clearly tell I've been around the shit since I found guns and her book?
It has more to do with your delivery than it has to do with the fact that you have been around the ship. I mean, I can't tell you whether she has discerned a lie or not. Or if it matters to her. I guess we'll see. While this is happening, to give proper time to your friends, I'm going to pivot down to Vorn and and are Blaze and Shadow. Shadow is going to scratch their cheek and is going to say, I wonder what the captain has for business for your friend. Seems they are impeccably dressed and quite well composed. By the way, by what little information that I do have, you occur to me as mercers.
What? I may be smarter than the average goblin, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I do know. I do know that plenty of those on the ship have made ready observations that they were attacking individuals that are part of the Old Mercers Guild, raiding their little island.
Oh, you mean the guild? Yeah, we're part of that. You should have just said so. For one, you could have see, don't use that big of words. It's simple. We're part of the Gold Mercers Guild. Yes, it makes sense.
And he's
We're not supposed to tell who we work for.
Really?
How do you think we can intimidate people if they already know what we are?
Well, that's your job.
Trust me. Intimidating me in my line of work is quite difficult. And he steps up and he is going to stand over here and he's going to put his hands behind his back and he's going to look to the both of you. He's going to glance over towards the Blade, who is sort of just kind of walking by. He's going to remain quiet for a moment, and he's going to look over to you and he's going to speak quietly. What is your interest in such an organization as the Guild?
With the booze. Definitely with the booze.
Yeah, it's kind of for the fact that we like booze and food.
I see. Interesting. And he scratches below his coat with his talon or his claw, and he's going to say, so booze and you seem to be the type who enjoys wanton destruction from first glance.
Which one?
Points to you in particular.
I mean, that's a given. That's like talking to a fish and saying they like to breathe water. The answer is always yes.
All right. He's going to ponder for a few moments, and then he is going to say, since your loyalties are questionable, perhaps you could be of use to Shadow. You see, the Aegis gives me the power to enlist informants and temporary operatives, as it were. If you can help serve my purposes and my mission, then I may be able to assist you with your own escape along with mine.
I barely got any of that, but I heard the fun word. By that I mean I heard the word that's going to help.
Where is the fun word?
Which one do you think?
Help?
I was gonna go more with go with the E word, but that works as well.
Escape. Yes, escape. Which case, what I require from you, as it is soon time as I would expect some sort of support or reinforcement to arrive, the time is soon. I need each of you to raise your hand, your right hand in particular.
Raise his left.
No, you're right. Shadow requires your right hand raised.
I thought that was my right.
Well, it's the other. The other
Thanks,
hand.
bud. And he is going to say, by way of sword, shield, and spell, that is to say, repeat after me. By way of sword, shield, and spell.
By way of sword, shield, spell, I guess? I think that's the way it's supposed to be. Come on, just put that here.
By way of sword, shield, and spell.
Yeah. What he said.
I shall commit myself to the Aegis of Antazi.
Yeah, I shall commit myself to the Aegis
of Antazi?
Yeah, of Antazi.
What's an Aegis?
I think it's like those eggs you crack and put in a frying pan or something.
Not finished. Shadow is not finished.
Oh, sorry.
And in the sight of our leader, Joran Juhair,
Sight of our leader.
Jordan Juhair.
Yeah.
I shall complete my appointed rounds.
I shall complete my appointed rounds.
Appointed routes?
Under injury or death.
Under monetary gain. Fine. Under injury or death.
Yeah,
Right.
under that.
Or complete annihilation of spirit.
Complete annihilation of spirit.
Annihilation spirit?
You are now pledged informants and operatives of the Aegis, at least until you are relieved. So,
I actually own my soul to you now, because I already have somebody else that owns my soul that I'm trying to help you be able to bring back. It's a complicated thing.
no, Shadow is not demon. Shadow is overgrown kitty. Shadow is tabaxi.
So, we offered our souls to an omelet. Is that it?
No, you did. It's the Aegis of
Look.
Antazi is a political organization, not an occult. Not a
They're
cult.
gonna give us
Oh.
food.
Okay.
Wait.
You are honorary spies. Okay? Honorary spies.
Look over at Foreign. Yeah, that wasn't so. That's kind of sweet with spies. We got like gadgets and stuff. I want like a. I want to. Yeah, like a.
We
Able to
need
get
our
myself.
weapons back, though.
I know.
Okay. So, we need to get hands on that one and unlock door. And then when we unlock the door, well, at the very least, and he shows his claws, I can handle at least one. However, I will need each of you to choose one of the others to take care of.
Hang on, just look around the room a bit more. Do I see like any weapons out in the open?
There are no weapons out in the open. All of your items, once again, have been sealed in the crate.
And the weapons on the enemies?
The two individuals, they both have weapons, correct?
Done.
Wait. I was gonna say, you're planning to take his... Just to be clear, you're planning to take his key and unlock it from inside?
You can reach through the bars. These are bars.
I have a better idea.
Okay. I am all ears.
All ears? Perfect. Let's just... Remember what I said, that we actually had a way to be able to help?
Yes?
You might want to hold on to your pants for a second, because we're doing this right now, right?
Yes, right now.
Perfect, okay.
Right this second.
Alright, perfect. As you see him just start wiggling about, and the little head version by using Summon Wildfire Spirit. And as soon as it's summoned, I am going to use the teleportation feature of it and send Mr. Patches over here. Let's see, I'd probably be smarter. Like right over here with the spirit. The spot of it.
All right. I'm trying to remember. Do I have a thing for your fire spirit? I feel like I did at some point.
No, you had this. You had the fairy spirit. You can still use that one just in case. Just we know what it is.
Here, I'll use this familiar one.
Yes, perfect. That is perfect.
All right. Awesome. Okay, so what about it?
Well, let me just cast the feature right now. Ability, there we go. All right, so is that fiery teleportation is able to take it up to 15 feet of unoccupied space because of where it is as a teleportation. Whichever it's each creature within 5 feet of the spirit left, which is not affecting the willing one, would have to do a dexterity saving throw of my spell DC or take 1d6 plus my proficiency bonus in fire damage.
Interesting. All right. So let's go. That's the fiery teleportation. Each creature within 5 feet of the space that the spirit left succeed dexterity. So I believe, who is teleporting?
I am teleporting Mr. Patches over here.
Okay. Just Mr. Patches?
I can only teleport one if I remember correctly.
Spirit and each willing creature of your choice within 5 feet of it.
Okay, it's summoning here. So I could bring
Yeah, I think.
God, I can actually bring all three of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring all three of us.
Let's go. So, where are you teleporting them?
I'm just gonna teleport Mr. Patches right here.
All right.
Actually, no. This Horn would be right here. It would be within 15 feet of him. Yeah. I would be teleported here at the bottom.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, excellent. So, In which case, I'm gonna change up the tune a little bit here. Oh.
Patches did not know.
Both of them are gonna have
Glorious.
to make dexterity saving throws then. That is 1 dexterity saving throw. I gotta remember to turn myself off a blind roll here, private GM roll. That was a 10 and a 17. What is the DC? Spell save DC.
Spell save DC, if I remember correctly, is in fact, let me just check, 14.
14. One of them will succeed, one of them will fail. 1d6 plus what's PB?
Proficiency bonus, so +3.
All right, so roll a d6.
All right. 6 plus 3. Ooh, that hoits. 8 fire damage.
Yeah, that's not bad. So one of them will be hit with half, the one that's further away, and then the one that's closer to you is going to be hit with the full 8 damage. In which case that is going to go down to there we go. And we will return to this scene to roll into initiative in synchronicity with something that is happening elsewhere. But we're going to pop back up to our scene with Ariane Featherlight and the 2 individuals. Ariane is going to glance between the both of you and is going to say, "Allow me to state the obvious. Both of you do sincerely have weapons trained on me. With that said, do remind yourself the number of crewmates that you have witnessed thus far. The fact that each of us are sincerely dead. And the truth that it is not in our interest to be taken, well, undead as it seems. Second death would not be as bad as it sounds. So, let us go straight to the business then, as it seems that both of you are very interested in courting me in one way or another. Listen, the fact of the matter is, this meeting has very specific goals. It is to understand why you have made your way to the island, and to understand precisely what your intent is. So, allow me to pose the first question. And as she says that, she is going to face, she's going to turn from you, Ventress, and face Oscar directly. And it is at this point.
Oscar, oh, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna let you go first.
I was gonna say, the whole time Oscar had the gun, but he never actually pointed it at her. It was more of him sort of twirling it on his finger, and he takes off his glasses, kind of like blows into them, to defog them, puts them back on his face. He's going to say to her, "Well, finally, we can actually talk about what we need to talk about. As you can see, my associate here has, I like to call a gun on you. Me, not really my weapon of choice. But what we're really here is, my associate got past your guards, no issue. I was pretty unfazed by all this eeriness you have going on. And it seems there's information from the cat downstairs that you can't seem to get for yourself. All these words are just leading up to the point. Your crew that you have here, quite undermanned. Dead, but quite lacking.
She's going to raise her eyebrows, and she's going to say, "Is that so? Then, if that is how you feel, then perhaps you'll get to meet them in a moment. But I still have questions for you."
I have no problem answering questions.
And it's at this point that, for the first time in this string of adventures, that I get to, once again, first time here, but I've done it once in Tales of Siglasia, that I get to introduce some very specific mechanics that I have introduced before. These are social combat mechanics. How it works, if I try to be brief with it, TLDR, each of you, specifically Ariane and yourself, Oscar, but of course I can involve Ventress in this.
I'm definitely involved because
each of
that
you
man has no power over me.
Yeah. So each of you have a resolve. Your resolve is sort of social hit points. It is your charisma modifier plus your wisdom. That just there's math here, so it's your charisma modifier plus your wisdom modifier plus your intelligence modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So she is going to have her own resolve, and each of you are going to have your own resolve. So do that math really quick, put it in a note someplace. The idea is that when an character or adversary runs out of resolved, they are out of the debate. Each character has a desire, fear, or a couple desires, couple fears. The thing is that out of character, I asked at least one particular character what those desires and fears are. However, I did not actually ask Limbit what your character's desires or fears are. So if it comes to a point where any of those are potentially revealed, I will just have you reveal it openly.
This is a good question. I've never thought about what she fears.
Right, exactly. A negotiation takes place in rounds, which is convenient because we get to do this in the same initiative as combat downstairs. There is a social attack. There's basically, there are certain actions you can take. There is a social attack, which means you make a skill check to deal resolve damage or learn a motivation, but it takes resolve, but you take a resolve damage on a fail. So the idea is that a social attack can be anything that is non-physical. It can be a specific charisma skill check. Could be persuasion, could be intimidation, could be deception, but this does not extend to just that. It could be any sort of knowledge check, any sort of wisdom check, anything that essentially is not a physical check. Now, the usefulness of the skill really depends upon the context of what's being talked about. And you will gain very specific information based upon the very specific skill that you use. But all skills except for physical skills are on the table. The second action you can do is to help or gang up, which is PC gives an ally advantage or extra damage on their next social attack, but they will lose resolve if the ally fails. The idea is that if Ventress makes a social attack, then that is your action. You cannot help Oscar with his social attack. However, on a turn, you could decide, I'm not going to make a social attack. I'm going to give advantage to Oscar's question or state of debate. In which case you have a shared consequence in what Oscar's result is, in exchange giving him advantage. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Okay. The third action that you can take is called Make Compromise. Now, you don't need to get your opponent down to 0 resolve to completely resolve the encounter. You can make compromise. You can only make compromise if you have determined that your adversary's resolve has been lowered by at least half. And that compromise is basically resolving with a win, but with very specific conditions, of which those conditions are mostly determined by the other party. But it's like, it's a negotiation. It's middle ground. Otherwise, if you want to go for complete domination, complete domineering, that requires that you wipe out whatever resolve they have. There's no make compromise. Does that final piece make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. So, in which case, I am going to have Oscar and Ventress roll into initiative. And then, at least camera-wise, I'm going to switch back on everybody else, and I'm going to have everybody else roll into initiative combat-wise.
All right, let's see. Come on, baby. Yeah, I did pretty good.
Also, I should mention that the room that you're in seems like it is stable and secure, that there's probably not a lot of noise that can travel, unless something, like, blows up or shakes something. So, you may be unaware that there is any sort of battle downstairs unless some blast or something takes place. So, in which case, I'm going to hit begin combat. And the very first person to go is actually going to be Blaze, combat-wise.
All right. All right, as a smart maneuver, because I have like 1 or 2 spell slots left, I am going to first level cast cure wounds, or called cauterize, on myself.
Okay.
And I heal for 5. Okay, so I'm up to 10. Perfect. I still have my bonus action, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to then command my little friend over here, who goes right after me. And it's
All right.
And with that, I'm going to command him to use Fiery Seed and just basically just spit on him. I detest your mother.
Okay. Is this an attack, or is this a saving throw?
It's an attack.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the regular Flame Seedlings is spell modifier to attack. So that will be, if I remember correctly, that was, it's by proficiency plus wisdom, so it's a +6. So it's a D20 +6.
D20 +6. That's the damage?
No, that's the attack.
All right, so go ahead and roll.
22. Does 22 hit?
22 will hit.
Perfect. It's the damage is 1d6 plus I love having little pets with me. It's always so much fun. 1d6 plus my proficiency bonus, so it's +3. Okay. So he will be taking 9 fire damage.
9 fire damage as
This one right here.
As this blast strikes into the shoulder of this drowned blade, and it manages to catch. I mean, the thing is like a lot of stuff is soaked, but there's still like rags and bones and dried and like shriveled skin. So he catches fire for just a short moment, and he ends up taking his other hand to try to pat out the fire, but does take 9 damage in the process.
That will be the end of my turn.
All right. In which case, we go next to our Tabaxi friend, who is Shadow. Shadow does not have... Shadow does, unfortunately, does not have their weapon. However, they do have cat's claws. So they are going to crouch, and they're going to jump right in and start slashing. I do believe they do not... Oh, they don't quite have a... Oh, they have an action surge, though. So they're going to use their action... No, they're just going to attack. All right, attack with damage. That's only 1 slashing damage.
Ow.
However, as such, they are going to use their... let's see. Their cunning action to disengage. And they're going to move over to this one. And they are going to stand there, and they're going to be like, Shadow will take his rapier back. And the Rock Claw is going to be like, I get to kill the kitty. And that is going to be Shadow's turn. And now we return back up. I think for keeping everybody's stuff together, Ventress, Oscar, and Ariane are going to go at the same time. So it is now Ventress's turn. You are in social combat, my friend, and you can make a social attack. That's social, or you can help your compatriot.
Am I able to like talk or say stuff? Or...
You can talk and say it. Like, talking is a free action. It's just applying any one of your skills as part of the action is either, that would be a social attack if you were applying a skill.
Yikes from Spikies. We don't have to be your enemy. Frankly, the one who hired us, we don't really... I don't know about him, but honestly, I don't really have a reason to follow him other than war.
Is that a persuasion? Or is that just free?
Free, because I don't...
Okay. Yeah. Just be clear if it's free chat or if it is a charisma check or something. So since it's free, what is the action that you're going to take? Is it a social attack or is it a help action? Also,
I just threw him under the bus. I don't think. Oh.
I should also mention, because those aren't necessarily the only things that you can do. A social attack can also be in the form of trying to dictate, trying to detect what an individual's resolve is. So.
Oh, okay. I can, yeah. I'd like to insight check her.
Yes, absolutely.
And I have advantage on this, so... I don't know why I just tried to open her character page, but...
All right, 22. So 22. Let's see. It is a success of 5 or more. I mean, this is considered a social attack technically, so you are dealing 2 damage to their resolve. However, what you are able to determine with that insight check of 22, which is pretty solid, there are a lot of things that you can't necessarily tell behind the mask that is this individual. However, some key things do come to mind as you are interacting with this individual. They seem to have a knowing of their enemy. Remember that you were given the briefing that Arion Featherlight was the first mate, basically, of the ship before she mutinied the former captain, and that former captain was heavily involved with the Gold Mercers Guild, and that she definitely knows the ways of the Mercers. She knows what their policies are, what their methods are. They know what their organization is all about. And you can get the sense that she definitely has some... This person would not engage in this sort of encounter or conversation if she did not have some sort of contingencies in the backdrop. However, with that insight, you can tell that her resolve is comparable to Oscar's.
I don't know what Oscar's is.
So Oscar would know his number. It's basically the same as Oscar's. With the fact that with that insight, one thing that I can actually give you the option of choosing a desire or fear that you might be able to just interpret from the first interaction with this individual. While it may be difficult, I can actually give you a little glimpse of it. So desire or fear, it is up to you.
I think desire.
Okay. By what she had said directly to each of you about the fact, of course, that they're dead, that she'd be more than happy to die again, rather than risk even being taken hostage. One of her chief desires, one of her individual pillars, is freedom by any means necessary. It is the most important. It is clearly demonstrated by her statement and by her resolve and her resilience against these threats that it is her most important value, is freedom. And therefore, anything that would risk that freedom is something that she would act against in any way, shape, or form. And it brings some context, perhaps, into at least what you were briefed or what you know, or were informed.
Okay. Am I still able to talk, or
I'm sorry?
am I able to talk after finding that out, or?
You can talk, but that would be your social. That would be your
Yeah.
social attack.
Yeah. Well, listen. I don't like them as much as you don't like them. They're only a means to an end for me. I'm searching for something in particular. Tomes, manuals, hidden by monks long ago. I'm searching for freedom from death. I'm searching for the tools to keep my monastery from finding me until the day I come back and slaughter them. You're impeding my path right now.
She is going to, of course, continue to stare at you with a sense of acknowledgement, but once again, no emotional change in her expression. In which case, that would be your turn. I would say I would afford a movement, but you probably don't want to move. You're probably, you probably don't want to move out of the room and be seen by other people.
Reaction.
Well, you were ready hold on a sec. So, explain.
Like, she's ready for the slightest twitch of movement from either the door or the lady, because she still has that gun pointed.
Sure. Understood. I mean, yes, you will have the gun pointed. It's a given that you're sort of readying to fire it if something goes awry. So, absolutely. So is that going to end your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to move it on to Oscar.
So let me just make sure I get this right. So in order to make a social attack, you basically say something, use a skill to order supplement kind of what you're saying,
right,
and use that sort of to like leverage what you're saying.
Yes.
And then then you roll, and then you'll let me know what happens from there.
Exactly.
Does it have to be a skill you're proficient in?
You can do a skill you're proficient in. However, you cannot do the same skill one after the other. So
Makes sense.
Yes. It absolutely can be a skill you're proficient in. Obviously, there's an action economy stacked against her. So
yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I have one more quick question. The Gold Mercers Guilds, do they have some type of emblem or bear any type of like mark or anything like that, where it's like if you show it, you know that person's part of the Gold Mercers Guild?
If they're like an officer, if they're a higher rank, typically. Operatives and stuff usually don't.
Okay.
You mean like a way for one Gold Mercer to recognize another?
Yeah, something like that.
Like an oath or something.
I was curious if there was anything physical.
Not really.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Oscar, now seeing that we're going to do business, kind of, he's gonna make himself comfortable, and personally, he's going to like put his hands up and sort of walk over to one of these crates and kind of just sits on top of it, his legs swinging in the air as he is a dwarf and a bit short. And you see him sort of stretch a little bit. Feel a little bit better sitting down. I hope you don't mind, Mrs. Oh, damn, I wrote her name down. I forgot it. Featherlight. Featherlight. I mean, my associate, we differ on opinions on some things, but one thing he mentioned is quite accurate. I hold no ties to the Gold Mercers. They're simply helping me find out some information that I'm looking for. I see your ship here is quite sturdy. Could use a little bit of renovations here and there. But I'm looking for a means of travel. Now, I'm not saying I want to be your enemy like my associate was referring. I think we can work well together. Your crew, as I mentioned before, quite dead, hostile, not really a people's person. I think someone like myself can be a face for you guys. Help you get maybe a little bit more of what you want. And in turn, I get to travel with you. I like to call it a favor for a favor.
All right. And what skill are you using to execute this train of...
At first, I wanted to use like history to deduce something about her, but I think this is probably going to be closer to like persuasion.
Okay. All right. Well, roll a persuasion. One thing I should also mention, I'll add in. Every single one of you has a social DC. It is the attribute score of your mental attributes that's the highest. So for you, that would be 17 because your intelligence is 17, and for Ventress, that would be 14 because your wisdom is 14.
Okay.
So that will be a, let's see, that is a failure. Not only is it a failure, it is 5 from her, is more than 5 from her DC. So that will actually be 2 away from your resolve. As she is going to chuckle aloud. And she is actually going to show for the first time some sort of emotional connection, and it is amusement. And she is basically going to say, you deem this place, you deem this ship as a taxi and me as your chauffeur. This is not the most of the power and the effort of myself, my crew, and my ship. Frankly, I expected a unit of professionals, the Mercer's best, as it were. It seems like a waste of effort in the end. Between the constant fog and my ship's continuous presence, I would say that your insistence of your offer of utilizing this ship in any way that is other than your grave or your imprisonment is an exaggeration. The larger question is, what exactly did you think your little incursion on the Isle was going to do? What exactly did you think your little incursion of this ship was going to accomplish? And that will sort of segue into her turn. However, I will basically offer up if you want to make conversation as a free action or if you want to move. Looks like you moved a little bit already.
Yeah, he was just moving to take a seat.
All right. So is that going to be your turn?
Yes, my turn.
All right. So Ariane is going to gauge between the both of you and is going to look directly upon you, Ventress, and is going to...
She'll notice that the eyes are black and there are white pupils inside this mask locked on her.
And hers are locked directly on you. And she is going to step up directly to the pistol. And she is going to, at least, very carefully, very slowly take her hand and sort of just...
Keep moving it, you're about to lose a hole in your head.
Well, what she is going to do is put her hand on the handle, and it's just going to peek the blade out a little bit, just so that you can see it. And you can immediately see that the blade that she has is glowing blue and has sort of an exterior to it that's icy. And she is going to stare directly at you, basically more than happy, just to sort of breeze off your threats. And she is going to say,
you're gonna see Ventress
now
just giggle at this. Because she doesn't know that Ventress is an elf, right?
I can't tell you.
Oh.
I mean, I can't tell you what she's thinking. In which case, she is going to stand there, very, very militant-like, and stare at you in the same way that a soldier would stare at their sworn enemy. And she would say, "Are we going to engage in this little parlay, as it were, without showing each other's weapon? Because I can guarantee that between yours and mine will hurt significantly more." And she is going to roll intimidation.
Lady, this isn't my weapon.
My advice, put down the gun. She's going to roll intimidation.
Trust me, you're safer with the gun pointed at you than you are.
Well, she did roll a 23 on intimidation, so.
What do I need to save against this?
I mean, yeah, I'll let you save against the actual, like. I would say your gun is still readied, but whether you like lower it to reflect her commands, basically, yeah, you could save against that. That will be.
Oh no! At this point, she just threatened me, and as a monk, I don't need a fucking gun. I fucking chuck the gun aside.
All right. With that said, that's going to be more than 5 from your highest attribute, so that's going to take 2 away from your resolve.
I don't got much resolve here.
I get it. But there's 2 of you still, so I mean this could come out positive. And she is going to nod and say, "Well, in which case," as she puts the blade fully back into the sheath and then removes her hand, "let us do this cordially, shall we?"
You may want to keep that blade out. I am still armed, and he can attest to that.
All right. And that's going to be her turn, in which case we're going to move it over back downstairs. The drowned blade, who is faced, that is to say, there's a drowned blade face to face with the fire thing and Vorn, and the drowned blade is like, "What the hell is this thing?" As he's going to take his rusted longsword with his first attack, and he is going to try to slash at it. So that's a 21.
That hits.
That is going to hit. That is going to deal 9 damage.
Okay.
And the thing is does I would say this thing is still, like, I guess, suspect to the effects of the blade. So Constitution saving throw for the thing. What's the stat for your spirit?
It's D20 plus 2.
D20 plus 2. All right.
But it's, so let's see. It succeeds.
I mean, it succeeds. All right. There is going to be a second swipe. Boom. Boom. 20.
That hits.
That hits. For 6 damage.
Okay.
Is the thing still alive?
Yeah.
All right. Another Constitution saving throw.
All right. 17.
Because the dynamic has changed, I am going to do other music. Step into battle. Let's do that. So you rolled a 17?
Yes.
All right, so that is another success. So that is their turn. The drowned blade is going to rush forward 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one is going to attack Vorn.
Am I still in armor or?
No, you're not. So remember, none of you are in armor. You will most likely want to get your hands on your weapons or use whatever abilities are necessary to try to overcome these individuals. Remember that all your possessions are in a crate, and the crate has been sealed. However, remember I rolled the strength for that, so it could be well sealed or not very well sealed. You'll have to find out. The Drowned Blade is going to try to swipe at you once. 21
that hits.
For 6 damage. And is going to try to swipe at you again. God, they're rolling real good. I guess the other one's 11 damage.
Yikes.
I will say you will want to do 2 Constitution saving throws. All right, that succeeds. And that fails. You feel that you might be diseased. The effects to not take place right away, but you may be. That does not look like a sanitary blade. And then the Rot Claw is going to try to do a unarmed strike at the cat. The cat is too nimble. What is their AC without... Okay. So the second one will hit for 6 damage, and the saving throw will fail. I think the cat is not going to be looking too good either. However, that is their turns collectively. So now we're going to go to Vorn. You're probably going to want to get your hands on some sort of weapon, and whatever equipment you had previously. Now you can't don armor in a single turn, but at the very least you can get whatever weapons or whatever items that you had if you can get the crate open. And the crate's going to be right here.
Yeah, this is a difficult choice.
It's a tricky dicky situation.
If only telekinetic movement could slam an object on the enemy.
Not quite. You have telekinesis? Telekinetic movement. Yeah, you're Psy Warrior, that's right.
Yep. Yeah, so that strategy doesn't work well. Guess Vorn will punch him out.
Yeah.
You're gonna try to punch with your bare fists.
Yeah.
Okay. Your encounters with these individuals is that they don't have that great of AC. They really don't. So you are likely to strike with your fists, but if you're striking with fists, remember it's 1 plus your strength modifier is the deal. So it'd be 4 damage for punch.
It's true. Well, 8 damage if I can connect, because I can hit twice.
Right. All right. In which case, do as you will. All right. That is a successful strike. So that is going to be 4 damage on this individual.
And then the second one. Oh, not one.
That will not succeed. That will swing wide, my friends. Swing wide. How do you imagine the critical miss looks?
Probably the undead probably just dodges quickly.
Okay.
He would try to aim for the face mostly.
So yeah, so he just steps out of the way lazily as that second blow doesn't really take hold. But you are in full brawl mode at this point. And in which case, is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
Yeah, he'll pretty much go, "Give me a weapon, you fucking coward, and see who's tough."
All right. In which case, we move it on to Blaze.
All right. So, because it's my friend getting hurt, I am going to use my last spell slot for Cauterize. Second level.
Okay.
You get healed. Oh
Ooh.
my god. For 5.
For 5. Okay. I guess that is it. That's that.
Wow, that is... We're all gonna die. Alright. Let's see here. But bonus action, I'm having my... My little associate here still fire off at him using that fun little spit attack.
Now, is the spit attack ranged only?
If I remember correctly, let me just pull it up here. If I remember correctly, yes. Yes, range weapon attack, spellcasting modifier. Yeah, so it'd be at disadvantage.
Unless you have him step away and risk that attack of opportunity. It's up to you, though.
I mean, I could also do this, because it is an action.
Question for you,
Yes.
as I am looking about here. What's the total damage that I've dealt this thing?
You dealt 15.
Doesn't it say that they only have 10 because it's their it's 5 plus five times your druid level. Okay, I misread that.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yep.
Yeah, but it's I was gonna say Vorn, do you want to have another fun teleportation?
Yeah. Get
All
me
right.
close to weapons.
Let's see here. Those don't look like they would have any weapons in them, would they?
Nope. There's only one place where weapons are confirmed.
All right. In that case, shklip-lop, scoobity-dop, transfer here. And each one of these we must make the dex saving throw.
Spirit and each willing creature of your choice within 5 feet of it teleport up to 15 feet. Then each creature within 5 feet of the space that the spirit left. Yeah. So where are all 3 of you going?
Pretty much
That's the
close to
Mr.
the
Bare
plate.
Knuckle Rotgut.
All right. Both of those saving throws fail. So in which case, roll the damage for that and position. Let me know where you want to position them.
All right. So let's see here. D6 plus 1d6 plus my proficiency bonus, so 1d6 plus 3. That waits. I am now rolling that once. So each of them takes 4 damage. I'm going to have my little flame buddy be right here.
Okay.
Horn will be right here.
All right.
And I will be right... It's gonna be a fun part. Right me. I'm moving myself right me.
Yep. All right. In
I'm
which case,
bad with wall. How could I? There we go. Right me.
all right. In which case, is that going to end your turn?
That is going to end my turn.
Okay. In which case, we move it on to Shadow. Now, Shadow is going to basically just move to the side and is going to take their claws and to dig their claws into the top of this crate. Because they're using their claws, they are going to get advantage on grasping it and trying to pull it open. However, their strength is not super great. So, in which case they're going to do an ability check with advantage. And they are going to pop off the top of the crate. And they're going to just kind of throw it to the side. They're going to dip down, and they are going to grab their rapier, and they're going to take their foot, and they're going to tip over the crate, so all the stuff basically falls just below your space there, Blaze. Weapons and all. Shadow, after that attack, they are going to action surge. Now that they have their weapon, they can use their combat maneuvers. So, in which case, they are going to point directly at the drowned Rockclaw, and they are going to slash with their +1 rapier. 13, and that actually is going to hit them. It's going to hit them for 7. Okay, so that's going to bring them down. And that is going to be the full span of his turn. Next turn, each of you can pick up your weapons and any items that you would have had on your sheets.
But we won't be able to use them, right?
No, you'll be able to use them. You just won't have your armor.
No,
you won't be able to put your armor on. You might be like shackled, but like your front shackled, so you can easily grab a weapon and swing it around and whatnot. In which case, that is their turn, and we're gonna move it up to Ventress. It is now your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest here. I don't know where to go from where we last left off.
Well, you can think of it just mechanically, and think in terms of either an ability check that is not the last one that you used, or you can just provide the help action to Oscar.
Must we be enemies? Why is that treasure so special to you anyways?
She is going to... Yeah. She's going to be tight-lipped about that for the time being.
She's gonna pull out that necklace from earlier. What? Does this have no meaning either?
In which case, are you performing an action, or are you going to help Oscar?
I pulled out the necklace to kind of try to get a reaction out of her at this point. See if it holds any value for her.
So your passive insight will indicate that she doesn't react to that necklace at all. Doesn't seem to trigger any sort of reaction.
That was your stuff in the chest, correct?
My stuff is what you can see here. Everything else is between me and the crew, which you are not.
And what's this black bottle?
Why don't you open it and find out? Take a good swig of it.
I think I'll hold on to it for now. You wanted negotiations. You're not giving us much to work with here.
Well, A, auto character. A, it's not her turn, and B, I guess there's only so much like free action talk to get anything valuable. Everything valuable has to be behind a skill.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna antagonize her about her freedom then. What, are you scared you're gonna be shackled down again?
What role would you like to make?
Good question. I did a insight last time, correct?
That is correct.
He told us about this boat, correct? And what happened with it?
Slog certainly did tell you that this boat, this ship was taken over by Arion Featherlight, and that a saboteur blew up the boat and it sank to the bottom of the sea. But then because of the corruption, it rose back out of the sea.
I'm going to do an investigation on this room to differentiate between her stuff and the previous captains.
All right. In which case, yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation. Okay. So from a 16, it's going to tell you stuff about the room, but it's not going to touch her resolve. However, I can still give you details. The room has a number of items that are sort of ambiguous to the captain's position. Most of the stuff here is the stuff that is captain owned, but of course, the thing is, you do get the sense, one of the things you do take a look at is the book that she was just writing in. What it is basically a captain's log, and the particular page that it's on is basically just a marking of the weather. It's sort of strange, though. Like, okay, you can see different handwriting for the old captain, and you can see the handwriting for Arion. They are distinctly different. There is a very distinct line between, I'll put it this way. You see about 23 entries on this page. About 3 of them are from what you figure are from the old captain. The rest of them are from the new captain. However, there seems to be a line drawn partway through the new captain's the new captain's recordings, indicating that some sort of significant event happened. And there's sort of a change in the inflection of the handwriting. What this tells you is that this sort of marks a particular point where this said event happened, and it's sort of, there's some tone change to the integrity of the handwriting. But but also is curious to you if this is a ghost ship that is as powerful as it is, with a bunch of dead crew members and a dead captain. Why is the dead captain still keeping track of weather and stuff? Maybe old habits die hard. Maybe it is important, or maybe it is some sort of indicator of keeping orderly with the recordings on this book. What you can take from your insight is that something about this event didn't just change things physically, but changed something mental with the captain. It affected how they think and process.
Is there a date?
Is there a date? It was something. This event took place. Oh, what did I say in my notes? How long ago was it? Took place about a month ago. So just say, when I say entries, I mean lines. I don't mean literally date entries. So it's about I'll just say that it's about a month's work of recording. A month's and a half's worth of recording.
Is that when the ship blew up, or was that a while back?
Is that what you're gonna ask her?
No. I'm trying to remember what Dumag said about the boat.
So it would make sense that the line maybe indicates when the ship blew up.
But I don't remember how long ago he told us this happened. Because I know I read his notes about the boat and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And I got to be honest with you. While I looked back at the old VODs and took a whole bunch of notes, that's one detail that I don't have. So, so I'm saying that it was a month ago.
Okay, so the explosion did happen about a month ago then.
Right.
Ah, I think I'm starting to get the whole picture here. About a month ago, things changed, didn't it? You're stuck, in a manner of speaking.
She is going to gauge your reaction, and I mean, the thing is that it might not affect her resolve, but she will go ahead and sort of comply with your comment and say, things have certainly changed on this ship, whether it is for the better or for the worse. Difficult to say. But what I'm
guessing you were cursed and bound to that treasure, aren't you?
We are not bound to any treasure. That treasure is still of value. To the ship, most certainly. However, from the moment of that curse, the moment of that incursion into the ancient sepulcher on that damned, forsaken island, that is something a captain can rarely forget. Now, what I will say out of character, there seems to be some sort of piece of detail or a bunch of details that may be somehow conflicting with the story you were told and the story she is telling now. Because she just mentioned something about an island and an ancient sepulcher. and none of that came up in your briefing with Slog.
Looks like Slog was hiding a bunch from us. Wasn't just a simple mutiny with a simple explosive.
Thus is why you cannot trust people like Slog Dumac, the overgrown rodent on that blasted island. And for the first time, you see an inflection of a change on her expression that indicates disgust.
Glad we agree on one thing.
In which case, is there anything else you wish to do with your turn, movement, or anything?
Look at her. I've been around for a long time, from what I assume. Or at least older than I appear.
Are you saying this in character?
What? No, out of character.
You've been on the ship, or you've been
No,
around, like alive?
Like, alive.
You've been alive for a while, yes. Absolutely.
I'm like over 100 or something, right?
Clearly.
Taking off my mask at this point to reveal elfish nature she hadn't already told. You know, there are many ways to skirt by curses.
Ooh. In which case
That's
is that the end of your turn?
Yep,
Okay.
and I'm gonna pass it down.
All right. Oscar, it's your turn.
I guess you can explain to me if this worked how I think it would. Would I be able to sort of not make an attack, but a bit of a deduction based off of their conversation, using the history in terms of what happened compared to what Slog Dumac said and what she said to discern what is the difference? And she seemed to have disgust for Slog. So I'm trying to basically think back to maybe get a hint at what she could be fearing.
Sure thing. Which case, is that a history check?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a history check as your social attack.
Rules ain't with me today.
I think I'm trying to think here. Is that gonna be enough to, well, do it at advantage, because there's a complex, there's something I can't reveal. There's something complex going on here.
Okay, I'll roll it once more.
All right, that is going to affect her resolve. Her resolve is going to go down, but of course you can engage in, you can ask questions. But what I can reveal to you through history is that she's speaking the beginning of a story that was left out from Slog's briefing, and Slog can lie. Slog has lied to you before. It would make sense that Slog's story clearly does not tell the full truth, that there are omissions, there are certain things that are not, that are just not the truth, and that you are speaking to the individual who experienced these things firsthand, and you don't get any particular indication that they would be dishonest, but of course you don't know this individual fully. Your history would indicate that, let's see, Ancient Sepulture Island. There's many islands out here, and there have been all sorts of strange strange places, old ruins, different like tribal cultures that have existed throughout the ages in different places. Some of those are you probably wouldn't find yourself caught dead in some of them, and you estimate that this individual, the nature of the curse, is probably more involved and complex than just than just the ship sinking and corruption bringing them back.
Okay. So I guess Oscar kind of fiddling with his thumb sort of pushes up his glasses before he speaks, and he mentions, I've worked a lot in a lot of different cities, specifically magic items, if you're familiar with them. Ran into a whole bunch of sort of magic items. Gloves that could double a man's strength. I've seen boots, allowing even the stupidest goblin to fly. But you know what my favorite items were that people stored? Cursed magic items. You remind me a lot of them. Cursed by some means. Ring any bells?
If the curses you are referring to are those embedded within such items versus the curses bestowed by those left to defend such items, then you may be mistaken.
Oh no, you see the magic items is a bit of a analogy. I'm thinking you and your ship here are just cursed. Just like some of those items I saw. Slog didn't say everything. It seems as if you lived the story. And just for the sake of brevity, Oscar's going to start rattling off the story that Slog has mentioned to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to say, stop me when I get to a part that's incorrect, if you don't mind. And he wants to start telling what Slog has said, and he wants to see if he ever stops him in the middle of what happened with this ship.
She is amused at a certain point, and she laughs. And she says,
you do have emotions. You're not really all dead.
I'm happy to simulate them for you if it makes you more comfortable. But
makes me warm and fuzzy.
I gotta know. Can I insight check that?
You can, for fun, you can insight, yeah.
That is some bullshit of a statement. Oh my god, with advantage.
Could be true, could not be true. But she is going to chuckle, and she's basically going to say, I very much enjoy the stories that people tell. I would truly love to hear the rest, but that saboteur did not sink the ship. The saboteur was thrown overboard. The ship never experienced an explosion. The ship never sank to the bottom of the sea. It is not about the ship sinking. It is about promises broken. It is about your employer, a rat capable of such lies, such promises, such offers that go unfulfilled, coming to its limit. And I have no business with individuals that cannot keep their word. A final betrayal. That is the true curse.
I have something I want to say, but I will, in my turn, I'll save it for next time.
Okay. In which case, it is going to move to her turn, and she is going to. She's basically going to focus over to you, Oscar, and she is going to. Let's see. She's gonna try to incite you because it's been an interesting period of time here for discussions, and she wants to kind of know what are your weaknesses. A normal roll here. Okay.
She reads you like a book.
So, your highest was 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, so that's only one down on your resolve.
Okay.
And she is basically going to, let's see, between fear and desire. She wants to know what your fear is. So, one of the fears that you shared with me earlier, I want you to reveal one of them. Have to choose which one.
Yeah, do I like say it in character or do I just say what I'm revealing?
Just say what you're revealing, and she will be the one to manage that information in conversation.
Okay. What's more interesting? You said fear, correct? Not desire?
Fear, not desire.
Okay. I think the second one is more interesting. The one where I described about being looked at as an outcast.
She is going to step to the side, not out of the reach of Ventress, but she's going to look over to you, Oscar, and she is going to say, you know, with such impeccable clothing and with such impeccable stature, it's any wonder that your crew has elected you as the face of your party. But take it from a captain such as I. One sec, I'm gonna finish my thought. She's gonna say, but take it as a captain. Many individuals look to you for leadership. Many individuals look to you to make key decisions in the future of yourself and the crew. Some of those are grave mistakes. Some of those will render you outside of their respect in one way, shape, or form. And you seem like quite the person that is difficult to handle rejection by the way that you carry yourself. You clearly wouldn't be able to part ways with a liar such as Slog. So don't begin to pose, either of you, like you have any disloyalties. This one points to you in particular, Oscar, is no doubt far more dependent than he lets on.
You would see probably Oscar, usually calm and collected. His face, that's what I'm looking for, sort of turns very hostile as his eyes sort of narrow at her. But he's sort of gritting his teeth to not say anything.
And you are going to see a probably more broader smirk. It does actually now occur to you, Ventress, that of course she does. She does experience emotions. Most of those must be numbed by the undead nature, but in this particular moment, you recognize a pinch of sadism.
I'm gonna turn to Oscar Oak and go, when the fuck did we vote you leader?
You've been gone quite a long time. No one elected me leader, but the best man for the job.
Whatever you say. Dumbass. Turns away.
Oh, and by the way, Slug might want you fired.
Oh, I'm more than well aware. I did threaten to kill him if he ever betrayed me.
All right. And that's going to end her turn. So let's roll through combat, and we'll get right back on top of the order. So we have a Drowned Blade that's going to move over, and this one is going to try to attack our fiery friend. Wow, they're just rolling so fucking good. I gotta know something, though. There's something... So 1d8... Oh, yeah, it's +5. That's accurate. Okay, so that is a hit. That is going to be 8 slashing damage. We don't need to do Constitution saving throws. And then a second attack is going to miss. This one, also, your fiery friend is going to be the target. So, it is one attack. And
Give the DC.
What's 13?
The DC for the rest of the longsword. One that hit.
Don't do any Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
Is 13... Does 13 hit?
13 is... 13 is AC of it, so yeah, it hits.
Okay, so that's one attack, and then...
It's out.
It's down? Okay. Okay, and that's going to be their turn, and the Rot Claw is going to stare directly down at Shadow of a Star, and they are going to make their first attack with a fist. They're going to miss. Shadow of a Star is going to riposte with a 26, dealing 13 damage. Okay. And then they are going to try to punch a second time. 16 would hit for 4 damage. So they're going to deal 4 damage to Shadow, and that is going to be their turn. So top of the order with Vorn. Vorn, it is now your turn. By the way, it is 10:40 Eastern, 9:40 Central. Do we still have time to go forward, or are we approaching, or is anybody requiring to leave?
I can do one more round.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, we
can do that.
I can keep going.
Okay. In which case, Vorn, it is your turn.
Now, my character would have his long sword and probably his shield, right?
Yes.
Alright, so my AC would be at 12. And I'll pretty much attack.
All right.
The same guy that attacked the tabaxi.
Okay. Swing away, my friend. That is going to hit. As you slash through with your sword with a 6.
Yeah, and I attack again. The extra attack.
All right, that is also going to hit. It deals 7 damage. So, that brandishing the sword, slashing left and right across the torso of this drowned rock claw. You actually see their arms sort of like come, close to their face, like, not the face, not the face.
Yeah, not done yet though.
All
You
right.
see, like, I assume his hand axes would still be on the ground, right?
I would say that anything you want to pick up and just throw on your
Oh no, he's
person.
not gonna pick up. It's gonna be a psionic strike with the hand axe on the floor. So.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, go right ahead and do that. Is that a bonus action?
Well, it's whenever I hit and do damage to an enemy that I can use it. So.
Okay. In which case, go right ahead.
Ooh, I'm wondering where's the roll for it.
If you go to inventory
yeah.
and just hit the dice, it should pop up with an option to do damage, extra damage.
Wait, I'll do it with D&D Beyond.
Yes, it's 1d. It's just 1d8 plus 3 force damage. I don't know if your D&D Beyond is gonna connect. I don't know.
Yeah, let's try it out. I'm not sure either.
9 damage. All right. Your axe flies up and cuts right into the belly of this rock claw, and he bends over forward. I mean, obviously they're dead, and you can't really experience pain, but there's this like phantom sense of like, trying to protect himself. He is stumbling, and he is probably not going to be able to take another blow. And is that going to be the end of your turn?
You? And
All
you'll
right.
just go, oh, don't worry. I'll go for that beautiful face of yours.
All right. In which case, we're going to move it over to the blaze.
All right. I'm going to move back over here. Well, of course. I was going to say, do I see something like a club around like all the scattered weapons?
You see whatever weapons that you were taken off of you, whatever equipment, whatever weapons. That is what you see.
It's my scimitar, and I don't trust it. Scimitar has failed me too many times. All right. All right. I'm gonna take the disadvantage. I'm gonna produce flame onto him.
All right. Which case, go ahead and produce flame.
And of course I miss.
Yeah, 9's not going to quite do it.
Shit. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be the end of my turn.
Okay. In which case, Shadow's turn, and Shadow is going to take their rapier, and they are going to say, "Allow me, friend." And they're going to slash. However, they are part rogue, so they do actually get advantage because you're adjacent. Sneak attack. Okay. In which case, they are going to do damage, and they are going to take their rapier and very craftfully, they're going to slash basically across the torso, right to left, and then left to right, and then take the edge of their blade and cut basically through most of their neck, and you're going to actually see their skull fold back, and they're going to sort of stumble a bit, and they're gonna say, "Thanks for not going for the face," and then collapse on the floor.
Warren will just go, "You should have went for the face."
Shadow says, "Even I do not go for the face, friend. That is just cruel."
Honorable rogue. Wonderful.
That's going to end Shadow's turn. And then we are going to go back to our conversational combat, starting with Ventress.
So, Dumog wanted me dead, did he?
It stands to reason.
Probably because I read all of his notes. Know most of his secret plans.
Stop.
But do tell, what really happened that day? Please enlighten me, so I may know how Dumog has betrayed me this time, and have good cause to end him.
Very well. Do you want to hear her explanation first, and then you choose a skill, or do you want to choose a skill first? Or you can help your compatriot.
He got his butt kicked last time with her nat 20.
Okay. So
I do not know how to bring out a fear. Let's see.
that's mainly by insight.
I used insight though.
But was it the thing you used last turn?
No, it wasn't.
Well, you can use it again now.
Wow.
They came to 10. Boop, 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 boop. Well, that's unfortunate of a roll.
I know, with advantage too.
Yeah. So, Ariane Featherlight is going to say, very well. The previous captain of the Howling Reaper, that is to say, my superior. Where the hell did... Okay. My superior. He went by the name of Captain Atwood Wendell. Otherwise, he was known as Silvertooth. The issue was that Silvertooth had been failing in many of his rounds with Slog Dumac, and Slog had promised me promised me significant pay in order to stage a mutiny against Silvertooth and have him thrown overboard. Silvertooth was no more in the end. But Slog, that rat, refused to pay up for the service. On top of that, when I had insisted on ceasing operations of this ship until he paid up, Slog found a way to communicate with one of his loyal agents here on this ship, underneath my nose and Silvertooth's nose, to try to blow up the ship. However, I deposed of him as well, knowing that Slog was very much in need of certain items. I decided that the loot that Silvertooth and myself had acquired most recently to be buried at the Thundering Isle. I tried to think like Slog. I tried to come down to Slog's level and to barter. If I was sufficiently paid, then he would receive the buried items. However, Slog's counteroffer was to go to fulfill a lingering task of his, and that altogether there would be an increase in sum. And so, I took him up on his counteroffer to go to an abandoned island, a place where an ancient sepulcher resided, to retrieve a tribal king's treasure. However, he did not disclose to me what lied within. Previous excavators have attempted to already get that treasure. My crew and myself, unfortunately, came face to face with a death tyrant. And the magic of that death tyrant had cursed us all. And so, with my final scorn, I pledged not to give the treasure found within the sepulcher, neither to give the treasure that was originally promised to him on the Thundering Isle. Now, because of you, that island is no longer a safe place. It's very clear that he knows all about where it was hidden. So, we are about to take a trip to a completely different location. But, mark my words, the end will see my blade up against Slog's rodent teeth. Your insight check isn't strong enough to pick apart pieces of her story. You don't know what could be a lie. You don't know what could be truthful. But you now have two completely separate stories of what happened. Different series of events happening in different order, with details that Slog clearly did not mention or share with you. It is a story between Arion's betrayal and Slog's betrayal, and you don't know which one is truth.
Oh, look at it's Oscar, right?
Correct.
Okay. Go look at Oscar and see what he thinks of the story.
I think I have something for this. I was kind of reading because I want to use a different skill each time. Is it possible it's a little bit off from how it's normally used? I'd like to use investigation just because it mentions I can make deductions based on clues. And I have two different stories. And I basically want to pinpoint exactly. I want to make a deduction based on those two stories to kind of level with her, as what Oscar was doing originally, throwing Ventress under the bus saying Dumog wants him dead, kind of showing that he has no ties with him. But he also now, with this story, wants to point out all the things that she said that could be true based off of the clues from the story.
Sure.
And prove that he has no ties to Slog, which he's actually telling the truth, because unlike most, he actually doesn't have any ties to Slog. This was all more of a benefit for him.
Right. So you can kind of use it in a similar way to insight. It just wouldn't insight, in this case, wouldn't insight or desire or fear. It's just you're deducing based upon the story.
Yeah, I'm not inciting her. I'm
Right.
investigating the two stories that were told, essentially.
You can absolutely use it in that way.
So to quickly finish up my turn so he's able to do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I turn to her and I say, looks like we might be on the same page then. Because clearly, I'm not supposed to return back from this trip. I don't know about the two down there. Below deck.
The two down there are a bit more unpredictable. You say the right word. Yeah, you say the right word. We'll do whatever you want. Let's just say their souls are as dead as the crew you have now, but a little bit more lively. Benefits of both. But I'll roll that check. Investigation.
All right.
I have something interesting for this as well. As a part of my race, Water's Intuition, whenever I make an investigation check, I can also add a d4 to this.
Ah, okay. Well, go ahead and roll a d4.
21 total.
Gotcha. All right. In which case, how do you want to deduce?
I guess he wants to basically look at the two stories as they were talking, and he basically wants to say, Slog told us something completely different. And as he hops off of the bench, it's not my turn, but he hops off the bench and kind of walks up to her.
I'll move it over to your turn. Also,
That's fine.
that ability is for thieves' tools, but you can take out a thieves' tool and you can sort of like conduct
Oh, I thought it was
via-
just straight any type of intelligence check or ability check using thieves' tools.
An intelligence check or an ability check using thieves' tools. But are you using thieves' tools?
I thought it was just straight any type of investigation check, or I thought it was like separate. I
Oh,
could
the
be
wording.
wrong.
I'll let you use it if you want.
I don't even know if the one actually matters, but
Sure.
Oscar kind of hops off of where he was at and kind of walks up to her, takes off his hat, reveals his hair is, although looks nice, it is a little bit worn from the journey that he has. He kind of holds it in his hand and he steps up to her, much shorter than her, but feeling a little bit more confident now, as he kind of looks towards his ally and mentions, Slog has done a couple of things, and to all of us it seems. You mentioned one betrayal. Well, one betrayal deserves another. A grander one, if you will. I have the desire, the need to be accepted by those. But Slog's not my boss. And these people here, simply compatriots. However, we're compatriots united against one person, it seems. Slog Nubak sent you to die. He wants my compatriot to die. And he's also sent me to die by going to this island. I mentioned before a bargain for, well, a favor for a favor. Seems as if Slog thinks we're still on his side. You can have the most beautiful betrayal this world has ever seen. And at this point, I don't know how this works. He wants to sort of level with her to see if something like that she would be interested in.
Compromise?
Yeah, compromise.
I would say that between the two of you, I will, because it really, I mean, passive anything is not dictated by a turn. You, of course, have certain passives, but Ventress, you are distinctly high when it comes to your passive insight. What is your passive insight total again?
I have a passive Insight of 19.
And that, in and of itself, is more than her highest attribute. So, you get the sense that because of this last interaction, she is ready for compromise.
Booyah, baby.
She is halfway down her. She's exactly halfway down her resolve.
I think it's about time we struck a deal.
In which case, if basically it would take place on her turn, but you are, I guess, hands up for both of you. Are you both looking to strike a compromise?
From everything Oscar's heard, it sounds as if Slog has sent us to die and hasn't told us the full story. He has very little connections to him, and if it means he can live another day and potentially get another ally, he is willing to compromise.
Log fucking betrayed Ventress. He's dead to her.
All right. You notice, specifically in context, Ventress, the mask that she puts on, that captain's mask, that undead leader's mask, is softened a little bit, sort of in a sense of sort of acknowledging these two individuals are not my enemy. Are they friends?
Ventress
Perhaps
sees
only
us and
time will
goes-
tell.
Ventress sees us and goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Interesting. Very well then. If you wish to discuss terms, I am ready to first relieve you of any obligation to the brig. But secondly, to put down stakes on our mutual goals. You, as I see it, well, I guess, okay, so I guess out of character. Is that going to be your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay, so it's going to be her turn. So, I mean, whatever she does, it's not going to nick resolve. It doesn't really matter. But it's judging how much she can compel you to her, what her offer may be. As it stands, we have a common enemy. And I do not want to live in a world where Slog du Mach remains alive. Since you are active members of the Gold Mercers Guild, you have the capability of returning to the island. You function as individuals who can compromise the security of the island. While myself and my crew, we are bound to the ship, we are not restricted to the ship. So, we can comprise of some sort of means to end Slog. I don't truly care for the lives of any other mercers. If there are other mercers that get in the way, I would just as well slice their throats. But Slog is the one that must go.
I think the best way to do this is silently, in my opinion. He expects our friend, dwarf friend, to return without me. What I think.
Well, I wouldn't say without you, but let's just say if you return back, he's not gonna look at you favorably.
I can say, I think our dwarf friend should return with a bottle. Maybe serve up some drinks. And once Slog is either poisoned to death or asleep, we slit his throat.
That is well and good. There are multiple ways to skin a rat. However, in exchange for your lives, you will assist me in this endeavor, as it is clearly in your own interest. And upon the completion of this task, we will part. There will be no other arrangements necessary. I will depart with my treasure, and you will depart with your lives.
If I may, I'm gonna need something to show Slug I was somewhat successful. Not all of it, of course, because we don't want him getting suspicious. But I need some proof that I was successful.
If you want me to loan you those chests, that is...
They could be fake. Just something that makes them think nothing bad has gone wrong.
As long as I get them and their contents back in the end.
And what of the treasures on the island?
All of the treasures
Not
on
your
the
island.
island.
His.
As you can imagine, from what I know of the Isle of Nilkrag, it's one matter to kill a single person. It's an entirely different matter to break into a sealed vault. And there is a vault that lies underneath the island. I will tell you that I don't have any interest in trying to penetrate that vault. That is a fool's errand even for me. My interest is killing Slog.
Look at, I said his name like a minute ago and I've already forgotten.
Oscar?
I almost said Gregor. I look at Oscar and I go, I guess a fool's errand will be doing.
Let's just say I also want to kill a particular rat. But that can be a story for another day.
Do you want him alive or dead? Can you see his face?
Slog isn't my main target, but
Oh, I was talking.
the one I'm... Oh.
I just got the reference of what you're referring to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Ariane is going to basically say, I want Slog to know what this is like, but far less animated.
You want? I can just bring you his head. You can carry it around with you.
I'm going to need to be directly involved in the act in one way, shape, or form.
Understood.
And with that, that's going to be the end of her turn. In terms of
we
the...
should probably yell to her real quick that I actually did plant a bomb, and that bomb was fuse.
I don't remember you planting a bomb.
No, the bomb was fuse. Or not fuse. What's his name? The goblin.
The bomb was Blaze.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I got his name confused with Fuse. I was like, who the fuck is Fuse? Yeah, no, he was the bomb because I expected he was gonna like detonate something or something while he was stuck down there.
I mean, I can.
Ariane, do you mention that to her?
Yeah, that fuse is very volatile and it's probably up to something.
Very well. In which case, let us go down and set your friends free. Well, we're gonna see exactly what that interaction looks like next session.
Oh, I have my line set up already. We're all good.
All right. In which case, that was a long one, but that is the end of that encounter. In which case, thank you everybody for watching this stream tonight. We had Black Man Inc. playing as Oscar.
A deal's a deal.
Limbit playing as Ventress.
Hey.
Hey. Phoenix V playing as Vorn.
Still no booze.
And Blaze playing, Squigums playing as Fuse/Blaze.
I am going to file a complaint to the manager.
All right. So this.
You mean Slog? We're about to go file a complaint.
To the manager directly. So in which case, that is going to end tonight's session. No raid necessary. I want to let you all know it has been a pleasure and a privilege. Thank you for those that followed. Remember to hit that follow button if you like Dungeons and Dragons content. I'm gonna withdraw with my players for just a moment. Once again, it's been a pleasure and a privilege, and I, Chaotic and Writer, will see all of you in the next episode. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
See you.
Still filing my complaint.
I don't know why I fucking thought Fuse.